All right, let's take a seat. We're going to get started. Please. Okay, thank you for joining us today for this OpenID Foundation workshop. Many thanks to Nancy and the Cisco team for hosting us today. Please note on the screen the OpenID Foundation antitrust statement. The antitrust policy and all OIDF policies can be found at openid.net/antitrust, or excuse me, /policies for all policies, excuse me. And this is a note well statement for OpenID workshops, basically saying that a contribution agreement is not required to participate in the workshop today. But if you don't want anything to be on record, then don't share it in the open forum today. I'm going to go over some quick housekeeping items. There'll be some of us with microphones walking around the room for questions so that those online can hear us clearly. Presenters can either use the microphone here on the stand, pull it out and use it, but Mark and I will again be going around with microphones to help with the questions. So with that being said, Gail, kick us off.
Great, welcome again. Another Pre IIW OpenID Foundation gathering. We have quite a run of show going through most of the work groups and community groups and having a couple of breakout discussions like on the NIST 863-4. We'll have a short panel and we'll do some deeper dives into topics like identity management and agentic AI later on. But I will kick us off with some headlines. So, wow. I cannot believe how many specs have gone to final in just 6 months. It's really quite extraordinary. So huge tribute to the work groups, to all of you as contributors. There's, I believe, 10 specs that have gone to final. And then, of course, there's other specs that have been progressing to implementers drafts as well. So just to call out a few, and you can see them on the screen here with EAP going to final, OpenID attachments going to final, message signing going to final, JARM to final, 3 of the shared signals drafts going to final, and then, of course, OpenID for VP and VCI, for which many of the work group are floating around or in the room next door, and that's been a Herculean effort for sure in the OpenID for verifiable credential documents. In addition to that, we've also had ITU-T recognized by, ITU-T has recognized OpenID Connect, and so there are numbers assigned to that by ITU-T now. We mentioned that earlier this summer, and now it's actually published and online, and we'll be doing a cross-promotion, a public press release with them shortly. This follows ISO, similarly recognizing OpenID Connect last year on the 10th anniversary, and we made a big show about that last year. So this is part of what we seek to do now more traditionally over time, to take those specs as they go towards final and then submit them to ISO and ITU for that additional recognition, making it even easier for implementers around the world, especially countries that need to point to ISO and ITU-T specs, to give them that ability to do that, which is very exciting. We've also had, well, what else can I talk about on this page alone? And we'll talk about much of this as we go through the day. We've had something extraordinary like 13 or 14 interop events this year. I hosted 9 of them for OpenID for VP and VCI. We've also had Omri and David Hyland and others working on the AuthZen interops. We've had Shared Signals has had 2 interops, including just this past week at Authenticate. And there will be another AuthZen coming up at the Gartner Texas event in just a month and a half. So we'll hear more about those shortly, but really fantastic results. We did press releases on the OpenID for VP and VCI in order to highlight to governments that we were reaching that 90% level, that the specs were proven, and we really had that evidence to support not only the specs going to final, but also the tests, the open source tests that would sit alongside those. We've had Bloomberg not only join us as a member, but also contribute directed funding to support the AuthZen work, and that'll come up later in the brief from Henri. So really, really exciting times, not only on the work groups, but also on the community groups and other partnerships that we have with external stakeholder groups. So Death in the Digital Estate, the white paper, lead edited by Heather Flanagan and Dean Sachs, has gone out for public review. There's been over 100 downloads, and their comment period will close, I think, this Friday. But really exciting to see that paper moving the conversation on that very important use case. And as they say later in their podcast, it's not an edge case, right? It impacts all of us. Then ecosystem support. We have the Ecosystem Support Community Group, which was formed earlier this year, has offered a FAPI2 reference architecture in its initial release and is working through iterations. So Dima Poznikov in the back of the room, thank you for doing the first draft of that reference architecture. And then that community group is also looking to partner with the World Bank on a reference architecture for OpenID for verifiable credentials and what an opinionated view of layering those specs could look like to help support the now 38 jurisdictions that have selected OpenID for VP and VCI. So it's really tremendous momentum, not just in the EU, which is one of the ones we hear a lot about, but also across many other jurisdictions that are selecting those specs. So that community group is doing a lot to help support that crowd, and hopefully will continue to ramp up. The Australian Digital Trust Community Group formed at the end of last year. Also great momentum there with a lot of support for requests for comments going into both the Australian and the New Zealand government. Earlier this year was a request for comments on the New Zealand government's digital identity architecture and trust frameworks. And then going through the year, it's focused on Australia. So very much appreciated that new working group is hitting the ground sprinting on providing support not only for local events and activities, but also for feeding back to the government. OpenID Foundation Japan, we'll hear Nat Sakamura talking a little bit about the work there, but we have members of the Japanese government in the audience who may also chime in to join Nat. We have one project where they have selected the OpenID for VP VCI specs with the Digital Agency West Japan Railway and National Institute of Informatics. We also have NATS provided some feedback on phishing defense for financial services, where there's some acute problems that the Japanese financial community is facing right now. The AI community group has taken off like a storm with over 140 participants since it launched in June timeframe. The white paper just dropped a couple of weeks ago and has already picked up, I think, over 20 trade press reviews, and is serving to be a very useful focal point on what we are seeing across the different standards group, across the conversations on the types of requirements and use cases that are really just starting to emerge and we're all starting to grapple with. They've also worked on the charters for two subgroups, one on taxonomy, and I think the other was Safe MCP, if I recall. So we'll hear more about that from Tobin. And then we continue our collaboration work with City Hub, where City Hub has presented a summit before ID for Africa earlier this year in Addis Ababa. City Hub also partnered with Alficta, which is a local industry group in Africa, to present a panel to the UN IGF. And we also had Elizabeth Garber, who will be flying in and joining us shortly. She's been acting on the UNDP Safeguards project and has been helping to lead edit their report for this calendar year. And she particularly succeeded in incorporating conformance and certification as part of the recommendations in the new draft. And as I mentioned before, we're also collaborating more with the World Bank, both on open banking and open data, as well as on digital identity, because it's happening everywhere at the same time. 90 countries pursuing open data, 60 countries pursuing digital identity. And we, in this room, and in the wider OpenID Foundation community, and I think our peers as well, in IETF, the W3C, FIDO, et cetera, we're a pretty small group to try and provide our expertise to such a large number of implementers who are moving at the same time. So certainly coordinating and offering the best practices we can is critical, and partnering with players like the World Bank and open source providers and UNDP and others are very important for us to reach that. It's almost like a long tail of countries, right, to reach the number of jurisdictions that are implementing right now. Here's some example of our existing countries that we've been supporting for the last several years. So I think when I started, we were working very closely with 3, 4, 5 countries. Now we have quite a few that we've been actively supporting with open banking and digital identity deployments in particular. And that group has increased just in the last 6 months, working more closely with Norway, Rwanda, India, and Peru, just to name a few. There are certainly others we're working with through those ecosystem partners like the World Bank, the EU, the Western Balkans, et cetera. So highlighting some other partnerships beyond the World Bank and UNDP, Aspen Institute released their national strategy for preventing fraud and scams. And several of us, Atul Shadbakwali, who will speak later on shared signals, Elizabeth Garber and I helped participate in that task force to provide our feedback. And we're pleased to see, I think, on the order of 60 plus references to standards and the importance of standards to help secure not just US financial infrastructure, but also global infrastructure. So good work coming out of the Aspen Institute. We'll see whether that takes on some momentum. The Bank of International Settlements, Dima Poznikov and Mark Versage are two representatives to the Bank of International Settlements on the Project Aperta, which is looking at cross-border interoperability of data sharing platforms. And then the G20. I will be judging the G20 digital identity competition. I know, a bit of a joke since I'm not the engineer, all of you are, but I will be still judging the G20 South Africa competition November 10th and 11th with some other thought leaders like Joseph Attic from ID for Africa and others. So really great to see the G20 raising the profile of digital identity and offering that platform to fintech implementers, and we'll be identifying and awarding a fintech leader for that competition. I will probably not spend any time on this particular page other than to reiterate how important it is to collaborate with our liaison partners. We're doing this on a daily basis these days, and it couldn't be more important to stay in locked arms with our peers working on these identity standards, and also continuing that momentum of bringing our, not only working on the standards themselves with ISO and ITU, but in many cases, taking the standards that have gone to final and then getting them recognized with ISO and ITU. So really, really critical relationships there. We don't have Elizabeth in the room yet, or our marketing team. They might be online, but incredible work on the media side. So we didn't have a marketing team September of last year, and then we picked up a few great people from OIX and Elizabeth Garber herself in April last year, and now we have a storm of media, like a production line of content coming out. So a few of the headlines are on the screen there, but we've had 75 media articles in the past year, and now they're starting to come to us, right? Really looking to us to kind of offer content as well and leadership pieces, which feels about right. Now we just need to start getting those comments back out to all of you. Some of you as co-chairs are already pulled in to offer quotes, but getting more contributors to be part of this and driving the communications to the wider community is critical. We've also kicked off a podcast. So the first couple of episodes are on their way already. Death is not an edge case, and When the Client is a Mind, with many of our thought leaders already. So Elizabeth asking if you want to be featured in a future episode of a podcast to share your ideas for an episode with her. We will, at the very end of this session, if we have time, come back to this big picture question. The board will be meeting in an offsite at the end of this week. And we'd appreciate if you have any great ideas on what we should be thinking about, what we should be doing as a foundation, both in partnership with other standards bodies, in partnership with other nonprofits and governments. What should we be doing to meet this moment and to continue to grow, not just into 2027, but 2030 and beyond? So what's the right thing for the third sector to be doing between government and private sector? What should we be doing as the OpenID Foundation specifically? And maybe there's also some things that we need to stop doing that, as we grow and become more professional, there's better things we can do and stuff we need to stop. So if you have any thoughts, please do ping me, director@oidf.org, or let me know if you're hanging out at IIW this week. We welcome that feedback as we work on our 2026 budget and develop those initiatives to get them funded and kicked off end of January next year. All right, I already recognized the 10 great specs. Thank you for that. And exciting times, maybe we'll talk about this more later, but merchandise. We now have merchandise. Some of it is very fun. And Elizabeth will be sporting the shoes, which have OpenID Foundation branding on them. Got the name of the ones with little holes in them, little shoes. And
Crocs.
Crocs, yes. OpenID Foundation branded Crocs, which we've all been missing in our lives. And now we can solve that problem in comfort at conferences. So I'm gutted that I myself do not have the correct footwear for this event, but by next time, I will do better. But we're also just trying to have some fun with it. So we're making some fun jokes and puns for some of the merchandise. Like Duckle has like a little duck on it with an L. It's very funny. So do enjoy. And also she's looking for ideas. For those of you in work groups that would like to have some merchandise and your own branding, your own ideas, please feed those in to Elizabeth so we can all share the amusement. All right, and with that, I will pass on the conformance update to Mark and Joseph. Joseph, I think you're first and then Mark.
Great, thank you, Gail. So hi, I'm Joseph Heenan. I'm the certification and technical standards specialist at OpenID Foundation. So I'm just going to give a quick update on what the certification team have been up to in the last 6 months and what we've got planned for the immediate future. So one of the big news is that FAPI 2 final, we launched self-certifications for those earlier in the year. We already have a bunch of certifications in, as well as several ecosystems that are already using or planning to very soon use those tests as well. So that is great progress, and it's great to finally have FAPI 2 final. For shared signals, we already had some beta tests there. They've now been updated to align with the 1.0 final version of shared signals. Now that's been published. We've also proven them out in a Introp event at Authenticate last week. So again, using these conformance tests within Introp events and so on to actually check that implementations are conformant when we're actually testing if they work together. It's really valuable and really helps make sure that you know, they're not putting in hacks to work with each other. They are actually compliant with the standard as it's written. So obviously we're hoping to then move on and launch actual self-certifications based on those tests, hopefully next quarter if we can. Obviously work with the shared signals working group to make sure the tests are ready and are testing everything they think they need to before we need to do that. For OpenID for verifiable credentials, we've been continuing to work on the tests. Obviously, OpenID for verifiable presentations and for verifiable credential issuance have now been published as 1.0 final. So we've updated the tests to match those final revisions of the specs. Still a little bit more work there to cover some of the options that we don't currently support that we think people are going to use. And the hype specification, which is also kind of just going into public review. We need to make some updates to the test to align to that, but we'll hopefully do those over the next month or so to have tests ready for people to start trying it out. We're trying to organize a Introp event next month. There's actually already one that ISO are going to do in New Zealand in the second half of November that we'll take our conformance suite out to, because the ISO MDL group is building on top of our specs in various ways. So our conformance test is relevant to their interop. So I'll go out there and take the test to participate in that interop. But we're also hoping to arrange a remote interop on those latest versions of the specs as well. If anybody is interested to take part in that, then please do let Gail know. We're again trying to do that in November so that we can publish all the results as soon as we can. And again, we'll work with the working groups, but hopefully move on to actually launching certifications for VP and VCI in combination with the height profile, hopefully later this quarter, but if not early next year. For EKYC, the tests have again been updated to match the 1.0 final version of EKYC now that that spec is out there. We've already had one implementer test the tests. The certification team have tested them against another implementer. I think we're just hoping to get one more implementer have a go at those latest tests, and then we'll suggest to the working group that they want to formally open the self-certification program. For AuthZen, that working group actually has their own kind of test harness at the moment that they've been using across various interops, particularly in combination with Gartner, which has been going really well. So we're looking at trying to take what they have and building upon it and moving it across into the usual conformance suite that we use for all the other OpenID Foundation certification programs. So we'll be looking at that over Q4. For Federation, again, we've been working on tests for these for a while. We've already got some quite comprehensive tests for checking the kind of Federation entity statements and chains. Those tests are being enhanced at the moment to cover the automatic registration and then actually doing an authorization code flow from a Federation client, a Federation identity provider. Obviously, the working group is hoping to move those tests to final, so we're trying to keep aligned with the changes they're making to try and have the tests ready when they go to final. As well as that, we've worked on some other improvements. So, for example, there's been some improvements to the actual flow for submitting certifications. So you used to have to do some manual work with PDFs and so on, but it's now automated and it just sends you PDFs to DocuSign. The payment flow is a bit more automated and automatically triggers when you actually made the payment for your certification and so on. So those are just some nice user experience improvements for people that are actually submitting the certifications. And I think that's all I had on certifications. So unless there's any questions, I'm going to pass over to Mark.
This one working? Yeah, this one's working. Thanks, Joseph. In particular, thanks for the enhancements to the eKYC tests. I would just like to reiterate the call. If there are any other implementers out there of the OpenID for identity assurance spec, we could really do with a couple more beyond what we've got to test the test tool. But anyway, if our ambitions are achieved for the conformance testing tool, then we might have a scalability problem. So what we're doing on that front with the sponsorship of the board is to expand out the options from a kind of product perspective, away from just the self-certification capability to partnering with managing entities and accredited labs. The intent here is to allow that to be a way of them taking on a significant proportion of the scalability load that could come our way. So currently we have self-certification through the existing online service. But what we intend to add in is ourselves having accredited bodies partnered with us who can check other entities like a commercial lab conformity assessment body or a managing entity to make sure that they are set up to do conformity assessment or conformance testing, as we sometimes call it, on behalf of the OpenID Foundation, protecting, the reputation of the OpenID Foundation conformance testing, but at the same time allowing it to scale through that kind of commercial entity. And that can then provide conformance testing services for a range of implementers. We've got a number of candidates already in mind and are having active conversations with a few organizations of each type to allow us to pilot this in the next few months. So if there's anybody who's interested in finding out more about that, then do give me a shout. Essentially, we are the standards body, obviously, but we wish to then have accreditation bodies that could be not-for-profits, or they could be commercial entities that are then paid to audit and check that the conformity assessment body complies with the rules that we set. So we could be talking to Kantara, for example, as an accreditation body. They would then potentially audit one of the conformity assessment bodies, like, for example, the Norwegian Health Network is one we've been talking to, or a commercial entity like FEAM, who we've been talking to about the European market. And then they would do implementation of testing against an implementer who, wishes to demonstrate that they are conformant with our tools, our specifications. So we do want to extend out what we do, delivering impact for everybody, but effectively making it more scalable and more sustainable for the OpenID Foundation. I don't think it's correct for us to become a mega lab for testing all OpenID spec implementations around the world. That's probably not our primary business. So allowing for this partner-based model should allow for us to scale out without it becoming an overriding focus for the foundation itself. We're going to be supporting ecosystems. We're going to be supporting managing entities who are actually doing private implementations with multiple parties. And ultimately, it's about mitigating risk that we foresee. And that's me. So Atul's up next. Where are you, Atul? Oh, there you are. Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. I guess there's a mic here, but I'll use this one anyway. Happy to be here again. I'm sure all of you have seen a little bit of this before, but for those who haven't, let me just tell briefly that the shared signals framework is sort of a reliable asynchronous layer through which you can convey security events. And what we have is sort of 3 application areas in which we have developed suites of events, like the continuous access evaluation profile, which provides the session security related events. Then there is the risk incident sharing and coordination, which provides the events that are related to account security. And the latest addition to this is a spec in the IETF called SCIM events, which helps with account updates. And SCIM events is unique in that it doesn't actually require you to use shared signals, but it supports the use of shared signals. So you can use SCIM events both with shared signals and without shared signals. Just to give you briefly how it actually works, there's a transmitter and a receiver. The receiver creates a stream with the transmitter and has the ability to start, stop, pause those streams and specify which event types and which subject types, which subjects they want the events about. The transmitter also can sort of negotiate with the receiver about which events it's actually going to support. And then the actual events are sent as a JOT, right? And a specific type of JOT called a security event token, on top of which CAPE has defined, certain events that are related to session security. Similarly, there'll be other events defined by risk and SCIM events. So just to give you an overview, I'm sure this crowd doesn't really need to hear this, but just for those who haven't seen this in a while. I think the big news, which everyone has been reiterated a few times now, is that the specs have gone to final. And this is very important because on the one hand, we had people who were eager to implement it all the way back to before even this was in the OpenID Foundation, when Microsoft had to implement a version of CAPE that wasn't even in the standard at that time, right? So they implemented it internally. To Apple, which has implemented an older version of the spec because they couldn't wait for us to get to final. So that was one sort of big point of concern. The other big point of concern was a lot of developers were saying, we can't implement this because it's not final, right? So from both those sides, we thought it was really important for us to get to final. And I'm so happy that we are finally there. So as you can see, this is now unlocking a lot of activity in terms of adoption in the industry. The biggest announcement being from Google, which has announced support for shared signals recently. And SailPoint also has launched their, publicly launched their implementation. Both of them participated in the recent Authenticate Interop event that happened. We also had, some promotion activities, like instead of a white paper, we had a series of blogs from Sean O'Dell, who's one of the co-chairs of the working group. And then we had a panel at Jamf. There's an interesting blog post recently about how this works with Stix and Taxi. Also the FIDO Alliance white paper So a bunch of stuff that you can look up. Gil, do you want to talk about the last point here?
Real quick. Yeah, this was hot off the press. There was a deadline for the US Treasury to have comments on the Genius Act, which related to kind of cryptocurrencies and blockchain requirements. And it heavily emphasized some of the digital identity infrastructure and APIs that might be needed. So several of us were providing comments on the role that shared signals could play, as well as FAPI, a little bit of OpenID Connect and OpenID for verifiable credentials. So that's just latest, greatest.
Thanks. These are the participants of the recent Authenticate interop. It was the first time we did an interop at the Authenticate conference. We've always done it in the Gartner conference. There are a couple of learnings here. One is that while there is a good bit of overlap in the audience, it's not exactly 100% match. So the level of interest was somewhat tempered in this case, right? The other thing is we also sort of had a little bit of a miss in terms of us not requesting timely, like give us free registrations or something like that. And, we can't blame them for them not giving it. And that resulted in a few people like doing remote instead of doing in person. So I think both of those things are learnings for us to do this better the next time. But amazing support from the FIDO team. Really would like to thank them for hosting us there. These are the results from the interop test. The great thing about this interop, which hasn't happened in the past, is you see all these cells as being green. In the past, you would see only one or two as being green, and the rest would be sort of private implementations that people are just like playing around with. Now you're seeing an interop in which pretty much every participant has a publicly available product, right? So this is fantastic. And in the wild, what we're seeing is a few interesting use cases develop. There's one cluster of use cases around risk. That's not me, by the way. One cluster of use cases around risk, which has been adopted by IRS and ID.me and all that. And then another cluster of use cases around shared or CAPE. And one of the interesting things you'll see here is like the Walt Disney companies being mentioned. They have internally adopted SSF as a way of communicating events within Walt Disney. And the first use cases are of course CAPE, but I'm sure they have more coming up. And so yeah, you're seeing like Apple uses it for their Apple Business Manager in production. If you want to integrate with Apple as a third-party IDP, you have to support shared signals. And you have to support the CAPE, session revoked and credential change events. So amazing developments in that regard. I think the future is we want to focus now on adoption as the primary goal, that we want to make sure that now that the specs are final, we want to make sure as many people as would like to use it can use it. I'm wondering if it makes sense to have office hours from the OpenID Foundation so that anyone who's interested in implementing can book some time with the OpenID Foundation experts and help their developments. Something I've been thinking of, maybe we'll do it, maybe we'll not, but would love any feedback about that. And then, of course, the self-certification that is coming up from Joseph's team. Amazing work there by Joseph and Thomas about developing the certification tests. And here are some of the charges that I think are these final or just being proposed, the fees? Yes, so these are final numbers. Yeah, other than that, we continue to develop the spec. There are a bunch of things that we punted on in the first version. Notably, there is no way a receiver can control the stream right now. It's all up to the transmitter. So you cannot have a way in which our transmitters can say, I want this person to receive my events. It has to be initiated by the receiver. So some of those things we are working on. There's a bunch of stuff, bunch of issues in the GitHub. You can take a look. And we have an interoperability spec, but we did not finalize it. because there were some questions that, it doesn't really cover the receiver use case as well. So we want to work on that and bring that to finals. That's kind of where we are. That's it. And I will hand it over to, haven't planned any, but, would love to go get there. I'm going to be attending. So people who want to chat about it can chat with me. Thanks.
All right. Hi, I'm Aaron Parecki. I'm co-chair of the IPSI working group along with Dean, who I don't know if he's on the call, but he said he might be able to join remotely. If you're not familiar with IPSI working group, we launched this last year, about this time last year, to really solve problems with enterprise identity. So focus is enterprise identity, whatever the definition of enterprise means to you, it can be pretty flexible, but generally the problem space is that there are a lot of standards used in enterprise identity. There are, however, a lot of the standards are very flexible and applied to a lot of different use cases. And when they are used in the enterprise, this is what we're trying to do with IPSI, is to profile them down and narrow them down so that there is only one interoperable way to use them that targets specifically the needs of enterprise companies. It also is meant to address that single sign-on alone is not actually sufficient in the modern day to combat identity threats that we're seeing in the enterprise landscape. So the scope of the charter crosses quite a lot of different working groups, both in the OpenID Foundation and outside the OpenID Foundation. The risk signal sharing is absolutely one part of it as well, single sign-on, of course. And the goal is to define profiles within these existing standards. So as much as we can avoid creating new standards, we are not trying to create new standards for this. We're trying to reduce the options of existing standards. Quick update on kind of where things, how things have gone. So since we started the problem space, the landscape, we've broken into primarily 2 tracks and then divided up the 2 tracks, session lifecycle and account lifecycle, into 3 different levels that add more controls and capabilities at each higher level. Part of the reason for doing that is to break up the problem space into manageable chunks instead of trying to tackle everything all in one go, but also that we recognize some enterprises will not need the controls that they would get at higher levels and would be fine at just the base level. There's been a couple of community events related to this as well. We did a webinar back in March, had a pretty good turnout on that. There was a panel at Okta's conference, Octane, last month, and also at the Identity Fabric conference. Dick did a keynote presentation about it, so it's nice to see this out in the wild.
Also, Identiverse.
Oh yeah, and Identiverse, I forgot to put that on the slide. That's right. So I'm not going to go into all this, but you can kind of see this is how we're thinking about the problem space. These are the 2 different tracks, session lifecycle and account lifecycle, broken up into these different levels. This is not the spec. This is meant to be kind of the working group's kind of roadmap, where we take these bullet points and then refine the actual text of a spec that will address them. You might also notice that these are talking about capabilities and use cases, not actually talking about specs, because the second phase of this is to determine what spec to use for SL3 communicate session state changes, because you can imagine there might be several different specs available to accomplish that particular goal. So the documents that we have produced at this point, there's a common requirements document that talks about things that apply to all specs that we would be using, things like TLS or cryptography requirements. And there is a base profile for OpenID Connect, which was adopted and has gone through a couple of, we need to publish another version of it actually on the website. The GitHub version's changed a bit since the original adopted draft. There's an in-progress SAML document as well. And then most recently, we adopted a SCIM profile for the first account lifecycle level. We are targeting an interop event. We're planning an interop event for the scope of it is kind of in discussion. It's looking like it might be the first level of both session and account lifecycle. But TBD on that. It's part of the active working group discussions over the last couple of weeks. We are, however, off this week because many of us are here this week. I expect we will have sessions at IAW, speaking of this week. So yeah, I'm happy to talk with anybody who's going to that, more about it during IAW. And over to Joseph.
Thank you, Aaron. So yeah, me again. I'm Joseph Heenan. I'm one of the chairs of the Digital Credentials Protocols Working Group. So just, give you some of the latest and greatest updates. So the great news is that since I stood up here in March or April, or whenever we were last at IAW, OpenID for verifiable presentations has been published as 1.0 final. That happened back in July. We also did an updated security analysis for the digital credentials API variant of the flow, which was quite new. And when I say we, I obviously mean the University of Stuttgart. We always work with on the security analysis. They did that analysis for us. Everything that they discovered, we were able to resolve before the spec went final. I don't think they found anything major from memory. The OpenID for verifiable credential issuance spec, that has also gone to 1.0 final. That was published in September. And now the working group is just trying to get the high assurance interoperability profile, or HYPE, over the line. That's actually in public review at the moment to be published as 1.0 final. So the public review is one of the final steps in the OpenID Foundation process. We have this 60-day public review period that's due to conclude on the 3rd of December, and then there's a 2-week voting period after that where the OpenID Foundation members vote on if that spec should actually be published as final or not. So please do review that spec and send any feedback as soon as possible so that the working group can try and address it before the spec is actually published as final. We do expect quite a few ecosystems to pick up these specs now, especially now they're final. So we are expecting, for example, the European Commission to include references to these specs when they update the implementing acts at the start of next year for the EUDI wallet projects. There's also work in progress with ISO to refer to some of these specs from the ISO specs for mobile driving licenses and MDocs in general. We've also done a number of successful interop events throughout this year. It's actually 9 apparently, and we're planning a 10th one next month. As I mentioned earlier, please, if you're interested in taking part in that, please let Gail know, get you included. And we'll be working in person with ISO as well, using the conformance test as part of that in-person event in New Zealand. So we do have a full set of conformance tests for the DCP specs. As I mentioned earlier, they've all been updated for the 1.0 final. We can test both issuers and wallets for the credential issuance protocol. We can test both wallets and verifiers for the presentation protocol. So that means we've got all the combinations of players in the ecosystem. We have a test for them using the protocols correctly. We're working to get those tests updated to match with all the changes that the working group has made in the version of HYPE that's now under public review. We'll have those available to use in the interop next month. And then we're hoping to open up the certifications next month, during this quarter, once the working group is happy with the tests and so on. And in terms of upcoming work, the working group has actually already started working on 1.1 updates to the VCI spec, but we're expecting there's probably going to be 1.1 updates for all of the specifications. These are very much non-breaking changes to the spec. That's why they've got the 1.1 numbering rather than a 2.0 numbering. So they just add new features and don't break anything that's already there. There's a number of new features that we're looking at. So for OpenID for VP, we've had a lot of requests to incorporate HPKE in the encryption process. Currently, only the traditional JWE algorithms are supported, which is doesn't include HPK at the moment, so we're trying to figure out how we can solve that so that the people that want to use HPKE with OpenID for VP and actually VCI as well can actually use them. For VCI, we're looking at something called server-to-server issuance, where it's kind of formally acknowledging that wallets quite often have a back-end component and actually incorporating that component into some of the flows and letting it do a bit more, actually solve some of the scalability and reliability problems in the ecosystem. So we're just starting a discussion on how we can actually add that to the specification and how it should look. There's the presentation during issuance feature, which we were actually originally hoping to get into the 1.0 version of the issuance spec, but for various reasons, there were some last minute things that came up that meant we weren't really comfortable with actually publishing it in a final specification at that point. So we pulled it out of the spec and now we're adding it back in and trying to resolve some of those issues that we found. And we're also going to look at supporting credential offers over the digital credentials API, so using the browser API. So in the same way as there's now a browser API that can be used for requesting presentations of credentials, which has a different user interface and a better user interface, arguably, than the redirect-based flows. And it also solves some of the security issues where cross-device flows weren't actually that secure in OpenID for VP. So we're going to looking to add that support for the credential offers as well, which will come with the same benefits and build on the same infrastructure. And then for Hype, we're trying to figure out how to incorporate HPK into the Hype specification as well as having it in VP. And we're continuing to work with the ISO MDOT working group. There's a couple of annexes that are either in the spec or under consideration that reference OpenID for VP specs. So we're working with them to make sure those annexes end up in the best state they can, as hopefully interoperable with the base version of Hype. And we do have another working group meeting at the Google offices on Friday morning. So we had one hybrid meeting this morning. We've got another one on Friday morning. So if you are interested, I think we're particularly going to be talking about server to server and some of these other topics. Please do register if you'd like to come along to that. I thought I had another slide, but it's vanished. So we are also planning to have a number of sessions at IIW this week. They're going to cover a lot of those topics that we mentioned that are upcoming in 1.1, as well as there'll be an introduction to the specs in general if you've not come across some of the detail before, or perhaps haven't kept up with some of the changes in 1.0 final. And yeah, I think that is everything I have. So I should pass over to Mark and Julianne.
Thanks, Joseph. Everybody know Juliana? Surely you do. It's Juliana Kafik, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So just a quick update on the working group. Since the last workshop, quite a few things have happened. So we've got OpenID attachments 1.0 to final. If you're not aware of that one, that just allows you to either embed within an ID token or refer to an external resource, some binary object, like a photograph. Quite handy. The OpenID Connect for Identity Assurance spec has been passed by ISO through the publicly available specifications process. We've got some relatively small editorial feedback, some of it we already knew about. So we're going through that process, and I can't remember if it's on this slide, but we've been working on an errata for the identity assurance specs, partly for the issues that we identified ourselves, and we're using the opportunity to kind of merge back in the changes that ISO have fed us. And then conformance testing, again, lots of people saying thanks to the conformance testing team, Joseph and all of his colleagues, for getting the eKYC tests up and running. And as you can see, the self-certification capabilities are available for the usual extremely good value fees. We've got connections into a bunch of the white paper work that's going on. So things like the AI paper, we are collaborating with Tobin and the Agentic AI and Identity Management Community Group. There's been a bit of to and fro, backwards and forwards, a big contribution to the DAID community group as well. And with Dr. Rachel O'Connell on how we can use some of the work on the authority draft around age assurance and protecting children online. And then finally, in terms of the big headlines, we've been working in support of the work Juliana's been doing on the NIST NCCOE project about how to open a bank account in the US that's compliant with the financial regulations, and where we can reuse some of the thinking and elements of the work that is a component of the identity assurance spec. So we've been having some good conversations backwards and forwards on that, and hopefully useful thoughts into that. I think there have been. And we are anticipating continuing that work, assuming we get board approval for the next phase. Yeah, we've done some contribution mainly around the OpenID Authority early draft. We haven't even got an implementer's draft of that one yet, to be honest. That's, I think, a next step for us. The maturing of metadata requirements in the US context. I don't know why we've got, I see how we've got DAID twice. Contribution to the age assurance white paper that Dr. Rachel's doing. Yeah, I think that should be 2026 at the end there, not 2025, for getting the age assurance white paper to final. Juliana, I think this is probably the one you want to cover.
Sure. Hi, for those who don't know me, I'm Juliana Kapik. I kind of straddle between financial services and regulations and security on the financial services side and identity standards. So interesting and precarious position to be in at this time. But first question I have is, how many people are familiar with the NIST NCCOE project? Okay, for those who don't know what it is, it's essentially a project for using a mobile driver's license issued by a government-issued authority in the United States to open a bank account in a financial institution. So in that context, it's a great collaboration between wallet providers, IDPs, technology providers, and financial institutions, standards bodies, as well as some of the government issuers. So it's an incredible collaboration. And through that project, there have been a few outcomes as a response from the financial institutions. Now, I'm not going to read all these slides. I want to cover a lot, so I'm going to skim over the top and invite anyone who has real deep questions afterwards to come and find me or at IIW. So there are 4 key issues that have been discovered in this project that the FIs have voiced. One is they need visibility into how individuals were identity proofed before their MDL was issued. Right now it's inferred, but it's not explicitly communicated or conveyed across the parties. Number 2, there's a lack of evidence as to whether the MDL that's being presented is compliant with the Real ID Act. And this is an important consideration because if it's compliant with the Real ID Act, it has a legitimate and regulatory trust anchor at the point of issuance of the MDL. And that's a really important consideration here. The FIs need something they can hook into that has a regulatory requirement that they can consume into their risk management systems. Next is there is inconsistent holder authentication across the parties. It's a lot of different parties here. We have the issuer, we have the wallet, we have a verifier and the financial institution. They could be one and the same, and potentially have an IDP in the middle of that. So there's no way right now in the current construct to be able to consistently convey that across the parties and for those financial institutions to readily consume that information into their systems. And the bottom point talks to that. They need machine readable evidence. So the bottom line here is identity and authentication assurance. They want it, they need it, but it's right now, in their view, it's fragmented and it's leaving the FIs vulnerable to systemic exploitation at scale, which they're already facing. What do I touch? There we go. Okay, so I'm not going to read this eye chart, but this is a context from FinCEN, work that I do on the FFIC and with the American Banking Association. So we have, again, 4 key problems. The existing identity construct that we are all familiar with, not the advanced stuff we are working on in standards, but what we use today, has a basic principle in it called separation, where you present your ID, your identification, your identifiers, could be an email, could be a password, could be a number of different things, but that's separate from your actual government-issued ID, your verified ID. And that creates incredible standardization for user experiences, but it does not confirm a claimed identity as legitimate or genuine. So that raises a whole series of FinCEN flags. We've got to address those somehow in this community. The next is we have an external driver, a forcing function right now that's changing that dynamic and creating urgency. And that is, we have an emerging risk. AI itself isn't a risk, but it's being weaponized, where it's generative and agentic AI is autonomous, and it can make decisions adaptively without permission. And what's happening is we're seeing in FinCEN, the flag is automated or scripted interactions mimicking legitimate behavior. They have no tools to fix that, none. They can plug the dike, but they can't tell whether it's real or whether it's not. Core issue globally, big problem. So then the next thing here that becomes really logical, our core vulnerabilities are the identity constructs we use today. We have to change them. We need cryptography. We need to fix it right from the start with cryptographic verification that's conveyed across all of the parties. That means our historical approach for financial institutions are under huge pressure to change. They have to change. They're asking for help, and hopefully, fingers crossed, we can do it. Okay.
Great. You did do it.
Yeah. So, who are our people? So everyone in this room is probably familiar with all these players. This is the way I see them in this context. Our issuer is an identity proofing and trust anchor. We got to hook into that. We need to know how each person was proofed and what assurance level they were proofed at, and it must be conveyed somehow. The wallet I see as our credential and authentication custodian. They are responsible for keeping those keys, maintaining the context, conveying the context, method, and strength across the parties for authentication, key management, and so on. Our relying party is supposed to validate and verify provision auditable, machine-readable data. Auditable, not traceable, auditable to feed into their risk and compliance systems. And next, the financial institutions are our other anchor. They have regulatory requirements. In the US is SIP, the Customer Identity Program, and that is one piece of eKYC, just so everyone understands the context between the two. KYC is a somewhat global term for know your customer, and each region has different views on it, different definitions. SIP in the US is associated with demonstrating real ID compliance, and that the individual has been identity proofed at a specific assurance level, and it is one of 3 parts of a KYC process. It's really important, so we can separate them out in the metadata and in our priorities as we move through this. The big thing underneath this that I can see is we have to convey evidence and assurance across these parties. If we blend our standards, NIST 863-4, which I think you'll hear about later, and the new profile for MDL issuance that NIST has created, we can, if we all rely on it, convey assurance in a consistent manner across parties. So we don't have a trust framework in this context in the US, but we have NIST. And the nice thing is, it's being referenced in the EU Digital Wallet certification scheme, NIST 863-4. Perfect. It means that now we have an anchor, literally an assurance-based anchor and framework that we can rely upon in a more global context, not just US. So I'm not going to read this one off. Essentially, what we are looking for first is our regulatory trust anchor, a real ID flag to demonstrate SIP compliance. Is it compliant, fully compliant, or not? And that needs to be conveyed by the issuer in the MSO, or the mobile security object, that has all of the attributes for the MDL. So in our DCP working groups, for instance, we look at attributes from an MDL, and those form DUCL queries. We need to have conveyance of additional metadata for the Real ID compliance flag in the MSO, and it needs to be part of a DUCL query as a piece of metadata. Easy fix to convey now whether that MDL has been issued fully compliant or non-compliant. And we need the wallets to start helping us out here with some ACR, AMR-based context that's linked to consent notifications and consent in order to meet the privacy requirements the financial institutions have. The next is, now this is the NIST architecture in a very, very high level, but the NIST architecture is literally an orchestration layer between the issuer and the financial institution that assumes an asynchronous processes for account opening. And what I've tried to do is layer in the metadata requirements, the most simple, basic ones that are realistic to be conveyed across the parties that will satisfy eKYC. So SIP is the first one, and then eKYC is the balance of the metadata that comes across the party. Here we start to see OpenID Connect, an ability now to actually attribute meaning to ACR and AMR so that they can consume it in a consistent and standardized way. So it's just one example where they can actually grab the attributes of the MDL and the contents of the MSO along with the Real ID compliance flag. And the cool thing is it actually works. It's not a stretch. So what have we done so far is a harmonized metadata framework and operational considerations focused on US issuers and the customer identity program and regulatory conformance to that, as well as KYC. Comparison matrix maps for operational and compliance requirements to relevant standards and guidance. They're all listed there that I've done so far, and I will tell you, I never want to do it again. It was absolutely horrible process to go through, but they are all mapped out. So those considerations, not just for standards compliance, digital identity guidance compliance, but also privacy compliance and the ISO standard as well. And next is the MDL architecture operational flow, which I gave you a high-level snapshot of for KYC and CIP. And a big thank you to all the folks on the screen here. Super, super grateful for all of their help. Mike Jones, Tim, shout out for big help there today. George is there. Thank you, George. Ryan and Mark are not. Gail is here, and Mark, of course. So what are our next steps? So I'm going to pause, and I want you to read this first paragraph. I want you to read it and really understand what I'm trying to say here. I'm going to give you a second or two to read it.
Yes.
Raise your hand when you got it. Does anyone disagree with that statement?
Sorry, we're lost on this acronym, DUCL.
Oh, those are the queries from the DCP working group that take attributes and categorize them. Now I'm summarizing and I'm not part of the DCP working group, but categorize them in a specific context. So over 18 here.
It's like an alternative to P.
Yeah, it's the OpenID for VP query language. It's called Digital Credential Query Language.
Anyone else have any problem with that problem statement? This is our global problem. Any questions on it? Yes.
I would only add one additional risk to mitigate is the over collection of data.
Perfect. So Tim also pointed out something today when he was reading my document that I want to hopefully call a session on this week at IIW, and that is, if I go backwards here, and if we have the same IDP and a single verifier in the same IDP, and we are exposing the session ID across multiple wallets and multiple financial institutions, that's a problem in my view. Tim artfully picked it out, and I'd love to have a conversation this week about that, as well as what you're describing here, Wayne, because I think they marry together quite nicely on how we ensure in the architecture and the metadata framework that cannot happen. We need the session IDs and the verification, like the details that go into the OIDC connection from the verifier, they need to be unique to each of the financial institutions. They cannot cross-track, they cannot be aggregated or used as a data collection point by an IDP. So we have to make sure we do a deep dive on that, and I would love the perspectives on everyone in the room and more this week if we can. So what are we looking to try and do next is a harmonized metadata set and profile as working group drafts, establish a revocation freshness profile. So I know that work is happening in ISO in the working group 10. It's also happening in the European Digital Wallet Certification Group, of which I'm a part of. But in this context, it is a financial institution policy-driven requirement. So if you are working in ISO, or you're working in the UDI wallet, come talk to me so we can bring in the financial policy requirement to make sure that our revocation freshness profile and mechanisms meet the actual requirements for the financial institutions. Next is to map the artifacts to the US financial sector, examiner expectations. So their checklist, the examiners who do, yep, this meets compliance, we need to make sure we are proactive and document that effectively, not just architect and tell them why this is fabulous. We need to actually prove it to them in the data and in the checklist. Thanks, George, for nodding. And then we need, I feel strongly, we need to have a US-based test pilot to demonstrate this across the parties, to stress test it, to make sure it's bulletproof, bomb-proof, and that the wallets, there's no single party who's bearing the burden of this, that the wallets can do it reasonably well with what the technologies and capabilities they have, and we can do it across the parties relatively simply and quickly, and then expand the metadata framework to non-US based jurisdictions. So that's me. If you want to talk about this deep dive, I'm here all week. Come find me. And if you want to have a special session called that we can work on specific things, find me and we'll do it. Dima.
And probably try to speak.
Yeah, we have 3 or 4 minutes to take questions
Oh,
or
wow.
other recommendations from you.
Okay. Perfect.
Can you hear me? Yes. The question I had, I think it's quite useful to have this set of activities and these outputs. I'm wondering if you're already keeping an eye on non-MDL based, because there are a lot of things that I discussed here
the token to general digital identity reliance?
Yes, that's a great question. So I'm trying to be an inch wide and a mile deep on this first section for US compliance using an MDL in the NIST context. But yes, we want to expand this beyond to digital credentials, verifiable digital credentials beyond the MDL itself. There's going to be some interesting things, though. For instance, what I've really seen quite clearly is right now, a European PID does not satisfy KYC requirements in Europe. So will an MDL or another form of credential be required to top it up or step it up to meet the identity proofing requirements because they don't provide evidence, it's inferred. So there are a number of things we can start to really explore as we expand into other jurisdictions. And please lean in, help me. I need cross-jurisdictional expertise to help make sure we hit this right in the sweet spot. Matt. Yeah.
What's lacking? What is lacking for the KYC requirement in the
From
PID?
PID, there isn't a flag on presentation that demonstrates and can be conveyed on the assurance level for the identity proofing of issuance before the PID was issued to an individual. So it doesn't satisfy KYC.
But wasn't PID supposed to be assurance level high anyways?
Yeah, but it's inferred. So what we've discovered from the financial institutions here in the US, that inference was not enough for them on the MDL issuance. They must have a flag that says it meets a regulatory, fully compliant, and it must be conveyed across the parties.
I see. So it might be okay in EU, but it's not good enough in.
Well, from the financial institutions I'm talking with are international. So when we read this paragraph up above, if you don't have consistency across the financial institutions globally for KYC, they will get exploited. They will find the gaps and they will get exploited. And because they move money between them, it doesn't solve the problem.
That's interesting. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Follow-up comment, but also a question, I guess. Yeah, so a lot of the topic at hand has to do with documentary versus non-documentary evidence in the financial sector, right? And there's some hand-wavy analog to NIST 863, but it's really defined by FinCEN and SIP, right? So how do you see verifiable digital credentials with respect to documentary evidence versus non-documentary? The Real ID flag in the US may, demonstrate to an FI that we have collected documentary evidence already, right? But what about saying that this is documentary evidence?
Yeah, and that's the work on the NIST, asking for that pilot with the financial institutions, their compliance experts, FinCEN. And there's that additional driver I was talking about that's incenting them to start to lean into this now. And that is they cannot and do not have the tools to recognize a legitimate identity verification outside of cryptographic, a legitimate identity verification in our current construct, and an AI-generated one. They cannot. So there's this forcing function now where they want to come to the table. And so now is the time, and it's not a year from now, it's now to fix this. Any other questions? And if you don't like it, tell me too. If you see something you don't like, see something that's blatantly wrong, tell me. We need to know.
I'm the digital audience.
I'm sorry, that was not intelligible for me.
Oh, I'm in Zoom.
Yeah, sorry, we can't understand that at this end. Feel free to email us in a question. I think we're running out of time anyway, but we'd love to hear your question offline. Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Yep.
Still not sure if I understand the issue there, but maybe from Switzerland in the Swiss CID, we have an attribute which says from which document the EID was issued from.
Like if
Right.
I have an ID, if it was from someone that just lives in Switzerland to work there, if it's a Swiss person, etc., etc. Would that be something interesting?
Does it have attributes that say this identity was proved with in person, with physical documentary evidence of X, Y, and Z, and or it was a remote presentation with a biometric match? Those are the types of fields we're trying to dive into on the identity proofing assurance level. You can see them in NIST 863. A, which is the identity guideline, and you can start to see proposed elements in the MDL trust document, 863A additional trust document for MDL. Look at those two documents, and they start to show why we need, what those attributes are, what those elements are, but also correspondingly, what I'm trying to get to is what are the metadata, what is the metadata to convey that across the parties?
Okay. Well, now in Switzerland, I would say those are implicit, but you know from which identity card they come from.
That's correct. And it's that implicit nature and inferred nature that isn't enough to satisfy KYC.
We have a question online.
Okay, go for it.
Will EKYC CIP project global coordination force yet another update to the PCI standard?
Ooh, that's a really good question. But PCI has to do with capturing the data. I think we're looking at more NIST 853 and ISO 27001. There may be aspects of PCI that may take advantage, because PCI references 853 R5 and NIST 853 maps to 27001, ISO 27001. So the answer is yes, but indirectly.
All
For
right.
anyone who knew what I just said.
I'm going to take 10 seconds just for a round of applause for this lady next to me. She
Here.
has spent flat out 2.5 months pulling together the recommendations you're looking at here. And it was at the suggestion of NIST, Ryan and Bill, who saw the gaps that were coming up in the US economy. And Juliana couldn't have been better placed to kind of hold the pen and help bring this together for the foundation and for NIST. So thank you very much, Juliana. We have another ask to the board this afternoon to try and extend this body of work to hit the geographical, the multi-market question that Dima was talking about. And so board members in the room, this is clearly the body of work we'll be talking about extending for another month, another couple of months. So thank you. All right, next up, Elizabeth.
Hi, I'm going to keep this quick so that we get back on time track. But before we dive into the details, a little more details of 863, we wanted to cover a little, is this my clicker? Yeah, okay. We wanted to cover a little bit of what the foundation and partners are doing in the global interoperability space for digital identity. So quick update on what City Hub has been up to this year so far. So as you know, because you've probably been to one of these events before, City Hub was established to bring a multi-stakeholder community together to address cross-border interoperability. We've been bringing together leaders of digital identity systems in different nations across the world, as well as organizations that are in the international development space, and nonprofits and academics, many others. So in 2025 to date, we have had our summit at ID for Africa in Addis Ababa. That was back in May. That was a really high level workshop that we conducted with the directors general of identity systems across Africa. It was a really eye-opening and interesting session. We talked about various use cases and got their buy-in to continue work with us. Gail attended the IGF in early June, where we spoke in partnership with AFECTA, which is, I cannot remember, it's the common area. I can't do the acronym, I'm afraid. But it was a really useful session in its own right, and we've continued to partner with that organization. Gail was also at WSIS Deborah was with us on a panel as well. So what else do we have coming up this year? We are going to be at Trust Tech in Paris on December 2nd. That's going to involve a lot of those same directors general from across Africa. They're being flown in to come to our event and to attend Trust Tech in general. We are working on our trust framework mapping report, which connects neatly into what Juliana's been working on, which is why this session follows hers. We are working on our collaboration with the World Bank and other entities in the international development sector, and also setting up our legal entity. That is a slow-moving process, but it's because we're trying to do it right and ensure that we have the right model for how City Hub should be funded going forward and governed. There are many overlaps between what the OpenID Foundation, our working groups, our community groups, and our objectives, what we're doing, and what City Hub has been working on. And some examples of that are that we're both, there's overlap. There's a Venn diagram in relation to the NCCOE, the large-scale pilots, the reference architecture that's been worked on in the ecosystems community group, the partnerships we have with the World Bank, UN, my work on the DPI safeguards working group, where we were, arguing for conformance requirements and certification requirements in DPI programs, the African Union's interoperability framework, et cetera. There's lots of overlap and linkages, and it's hard to, Gail has a much more complex version of this slide, which is mind-numbing. It's hard to look at, honestly. But, so I did a simpler one here, which tries to show you what's kind of sitting in the Venn diagram between the two. I am going to stop there unless people have questions about City Hub. Happy to answer them. And next up will be Justin and anyone else who wants to come talk about NIST with him. We were supposed to have some colleagues from NIST in attendance, but unfortunately, due to the government shutdown, they are unable to engage by law. So they are unable to be here. Justin does not speak for them. And let's move into that.
All right, thank you.
Chairs are standing.
I don't sit down when I talk. Have you met me, Gal? Yeah, more or less. Nat, come up, and Atul, wherever Atul went.
Yeah.
Who is?
Atul.
Why am I getting a phone call up here? That's weird. Anyway, he's right there. He's right there. It's all good. So, hi, everybody. My name is Justin Richer. I am a co-author on the NIST documents, but I have to be very, very clear in saying that I do not speak for NIST. I am not a government employee. I have never been a government employee. I have been a contractor with NIST since, like 2015, 2016, something like that. I was a co-author on 863 Revision 3 and now Revision 4, in addition to 800-217, FIPS 201, 800-157 Rev 1, and probably a few others that I'm forgetting. Anyway, I've done a lot of work with NIST over the years, but very, very importantly, this is not official NIST statements that I am giving in any respect. Once they're allowed back in their jobs, you can go talk to Ryan and folks. They're very approachable, very reachable, and really love engaging with the community. So I am joined here today by Nat and Atul. We have up to 30 minutes. So here's the thing. I didn't make any slides. I didn't want to make any slides. So this is what somebody else made. And this is the, Gail, and this is the entire presentation. So, but this can easily take the full time to talk about. Nat and Atul, did you want to say anything before we dive in?
Sure. I would just like to say that my part in this panel is going to be really small because it addresses a really small portion of what is being discussed, but I'll try to participate as much as I can.
Yeah, glad you're here.
Yeah, right.
You can just join up front.
I don't know. I'm not coordinating, and Elizabeth's talking off mic. So, do you want to get up here to let the remote people know how you're offering them to join the panel?
Yeah, my offer is if anyone else is an expert in this or has a particular perspective on a working group and the relationship to 863-4, feel free to come on up here. You are an expert too. We kind of had to throw this together a little bit late as a result of the shutdown.
it's kind of pity that we don't have Ryan and other people.
It is, yeah.
Right? Last week I was even in DC to meet with the House people and NIST and everybody because it was shut down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Nothing, right?
Yeah.
But still, some people participated in the just a private person capacity out of the, I don't know, the leave or something like that. But that was kind of interesting. But 863-4 really is one of the fundamental documents for identity proofing, entity authentication, as well as federation type of stuff. And I don't represent the Japanese government. Is there any digital agency people here? Yeah, right. Yeah. So perhaps you're better positioned to speak something like that, but we do take a serious look at this one to form a Japanese national standard for that. Although Part A is substantially different because we do have very different identity proofing documents. It's all electronic. We are now on the road to ban the printed version of it, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
So I think with that angle, maybe it would help if I walk through what 863-4 is. That's not a math equation. Although, fun fact, our internal repository, we name it 737. Because we started it during 863-3.
It's not a Boeing joke.
It's not a Boeing joke. So anyway, I'll let you all do the math on that one. Anyway, I'll talk about sort of what this set of documents is. Nat, maybe you can talk about how that maps to the Japanese government, because one of the first things you got to know about this set of documents is that it's a set of requirements documents for US government agencies. That's really the only people who were supposed to care about these things in the first place. And yet, it turns out that when you write down a bunch of really good ideas and really good requirements, everybody else wants to try to use them too. And so this is something that we did have front of mind when working on the newest revision. 63-4 is the 5th revision because NIST numbers things at 0, as they should be, of this suite of documents. The previous revision, -3, that came out in 2017. And -3 itself was a very, very big change from everything that had come previously, because one of the things that we did was we took what was one document and turned it into 4 documents. And you've already heard reference to things like 63A and, we just fall asleep, I think. Oh, well. You've already heard reference today to things like 63A or 63C or whatnot. The way that the document suite is set up, as Nat mentioned, there are 3 core sort of content documents. 63A is all about identity proofing. 63B is all about authentication. And 63C is all about federation. Now, they all cross-reference each other. They all sort of talk to each, talk back and forth to each other. And I need to borrow somebody's fingerprint, apparently. Mike Less, okay. Oh, it's fine. Like I said, I didn't even write the slides, so I don't even remember what's on them. So it's all good, Nat. So in any case, those are the 3 sort of core documents. And then there is a base document that sort of guides you through and how to apply them, which says, among other things, these are regulations for US government, federal government agencies. Anybody else that's using them, sure, great, go ham. But the focus of these docs is, in fact, federal agencies and how we can apply them. The other really important thing to know about all of these documents is that they are requirements documents, which means they are not specifications. They are not profiles of specifications. They tell you what it should look like when you're done. They don't tell you how to get there. They don't tell you what to use to get there. They give some examples about paths to this, and they're opinionated about some of the details of what it looks like when you're done, but they don't really talk about how you complete any particular process. So this revision, Rev 4, is a much smaller change set from Revision 3 from 2017, but it's still pretty significant. Among the changes is, well, one that affected me directly is that the smallest document of the law used to be 63C, the one which I am the lead author of. It's now the largest set. And it's almost double the size is what it used to be for a lot of good reasons. So, like I said, this is all made for the US government, but it's been applied and it's been sort of adapted and translated, and I use that both literally and more loosely, to a lot of different spaces. Don't worry about it. Nat, could you tell us about how these get applied to the Japanese government context?
So we have been writing the document called DS, Digital Standard 511, for the past couple of years now. And we have been referenced to SB 863, among other things, to form the basis for the identity proofing and digital entity authentications and so on and so forth. And many governments do that as well, and interchangeably. So I'm pretty sure that the US was looking at something like GPG 44, 45 as well. So it's going in the circle, right?
Yeah, everybody copies each other's homework.
Yeah, and tries to make some improvement.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
And also there's ISO 29115, which is actually being revised right now. And it becomes more difficult because some of the governments are referring to it and making change from their law, and making a change in those ISO documents becomes really, really tricky. So, but that's what we are doing. And so in the case of Japan, we have been changing the Part A to only allow digital identity documents, right? And that's kind of interesting. In the it links back to the previous conversation about KYC for the banks, and well, actually now the banks are mandated to use that as of April 26th or something like that. It doesn't have that flag thing, but we know how it's been issued because it's nationally issued, right? So, and you do have this signature from a single issuer. So that's kind of enough for us, and we're doing that. And also for the entity authentication part, we are kind of trying to require phishing resistance as part of it. In the SB 863B, you are requiring the CSPs to offer the phishing resistance, right?
Yeah, and so that's actually hitting on a couple of really important things here, because 863 is specifically for U.S. government agencies. It is designed to hit both government to government, government to industry, industry to government, citizen to government, all of those use cases in different kinds of ways. So when you look at this and you think, oh, I really want to lock this down and make this higher security for this reason and stuff like that, you totally can within the framework. But the framework's not going to tell you that you have to do that, because a lot of the assumptions that you make about use cases like that, including assumptions about rights to privacy, don't fit all use cases. So the example that folks in DoD type situations like to bring up is that you do not want the person that's hitting the big red launch button to have privacy. You want to know exactly who they are. Like they should not have a right to privacy because they can affect the future of civilization with a button, right? So there are cases where privacy makes a lot of sense. Citizen coming to the government and using their government ID across multiple different services. We don't want, for example, a propagation of redlining, which was a horrible practice in the United States for many years. And this could happen if, for example, a set of attributes comes through from one agency, say you are connecting to welfare or health and human services in the US, and then you're applying for something at a bank. And if the bank sees that, they could be like, no, we don't really want to lend to that person. We don't like that. So privacy absolutely is very important in these docs, but it's not universal. And that happens in so many of these different use cases. So one of the things that we were able to do in Rev 4 is in 63B, as Nat mentioned, you have to offer a phishing resistant authenticator as an option. We're not requiring that to be used in all use cases, but it at least has to be an option at FAL2 or AAL2 or above. And you absolutely could put this out at one of the other levels. I should probably talk about all of the XALs at this point. So one of the things we did with Rev 3 was we took this thing called level of assurance, which seemed like a great idea at the time, I'm sure, mid-2000s thereabouts, that basically said, everything that you do about this account, we're going to put a number on it, and there's going to be 4 numbers, LOA 1, 2, 3, and 4, and that's going to tell you everything you could possibly need to know about this person. Turns out that's a bad idea, or at least for a lot of use cases, that's a bad idea. For a lot of the original government-facing use cases, it makes a lot of sense. You're talking about an employee. The more you know about the employee, the more that you trust the employee, the more you authenticate the employee, the more rights and access you give them. It feels like a fairly linear scale. But it turns out that there's a lot of spaces, even within the government, where you actually don't want to have somebody highly proofed, but you want to have a high assurance that it is the same person that was here last time, even if I have no idea who they are in the real world. That is a very, very valid use case. And if you're scratching your head wondering what that might be, think of a whistleblower. You want to be very sure that a whistleblower's account is very, very highly protected, that cannot be taken over or impersonated by somebody else. But you don't want to divulge the information that you've actually proved that whistleblower and tied it to a real life, real world person. There's a lot of other good examples of why to split these different levels apart in 863 Revs 3 and 4. So what we did instead was there are now 3 different dimensions, and they not coincidentally line up with the 3 different volumes, the core content volumes of 863. So on identity proofing, we have IAL, and that all of these all go 1, 2, and 3. So we went from 4 and simplified it into a grid of 9. No, 3 by 3 by 3. 27. Thank you. I was like, 9 sounds wrong. That sounds too small. It's 27 different possible options. Although some of the corners make more sense than others, they are all technically possible to pull together. You can also add to the fact that you might be making no statement at all about any one of those particular things. So there's actually an additional set of combinations, and I'm not going to do the mental math right now, that do make sense within here. So IAL, how strongly did you proof the person? How much do you know that they are that particular person in real life? This is where things like, how did I check the documents? Did I do a digital verification of somebody's document, or did they come into my office with a printout of their electric bill that they got online? Like, there's different levels of proofing that go with all of this. For the second thing that's in volume B is AAL. That is the authentication assurance level. And I'm careful to point out the name of that one because it gets called the authenticator assurance level constantly. Because a lot of people look at all of these things and say, oh, you are saying, how much can I trust this authenticator? Can I trust a smart card more than a FIDO token, more than a password, more than something else? That's actually not what it's about. That's part of it, but turns out that's actually a small part of it. It's about the entire authentication process. In what context was something presented? How much do I trust it? How long do I trust it? When do I need to check it again? Am I looking at it in addition to anything else that's coming in? And what do I know about how that particular authenticator was issued and how it's managed? Because, for example, a passkey on a managed device is going to give me a different, a different warm, fuzzy feeling than a passkey on a non-managed device. Because if you're anything like me, you probably got root on your phone right now. That's bad for security from somebody else's standpoint, as it turns out. Looking at you, Dimitri. Thank you. In any case, authentication has its own layer, and that can vary separately from identity assurance. Because I could have somebody very, very highly proofed that's just logging in with a password. And for some use cases, that's fine. That's reasonable. It can go the other way too with the whistleblower, like I said. And the third dimension is the federation assurance level. Now, we split out federation into its own volume and into its own assurance level because presentation of this information in a sort of very tightly knit closed system is very, very different from presentation of this information across security borders. So when you start to actually connect in relying parties and other things that go across security domains, you have to think about, how is this conveyed? What am I carrying through the different systems? How is the information leaking? How are we communicating? So that is fundamentally what is in 863. Really quickly, what's new in Dash 4? Well, in revision A, in volume A, we added a lot, and this is a non-comprehensive list, right? NIST's press release has a better summary than I can give. But in volume A, we added a lot of information about things like trusted referees and what's the name of the other one? I forget. No, not the reference. We changed the name like 5 times, so I know it's not trusted references. It's different. Anyway, basically, these are people who help you get proofed because not everybody is able-bodied, able to travel to a proofing location or any of the sort of assumptions that a lot of like, hey, this is high security, we need you to walk in with something, and we look at you and we look at the thing, and then somebody who's highly trained goes and does this. That doesn't work for everybody. So there's a lot of discussion of sort of how do we make this an equitable system so that it can reach lots of different audiences, lots of different kinds of users, lots of different kinds of people. In revision B, the biggest change that we saw was the addition of synced authenticators or passkeys. And I'm just waiting for Tim to correct me.
He's out there.
Oh, he's out there. Perfect. All right. So I'm saying passkey and camel case just for Tim's sake. What? You're off mic. Would you like to come talk on mic, or would you like me to keep going? I would rather not have prompts. Thanks.
Okay, I'll start then. I was going to say the
But you're not.
the addition of support for the relying party side to make risk-based decisions as well, I think is another important change in A.
Okay.
So I was just adding that thought.
Okay. So what Mark brought up is actually not a change in A. So there have always been these things called tailoring controls and other things that are built into these, because like I said at the very beginning, these are requirements documents. They don't tell you how to reach that. So at the end of the day, quite honestly, when you're getting assessed on these things, if you have like a 5-page document that says, this is how we reach this and we can prove it and somebody checked it and it's not the same as what NIST says, but it's equivalent in some way, that's probably good enough. So what this means, this is called out a lot more explicitly in 4 because people were missing that point. This has been there since the very, very beginning. But in A in particular, when you're doing identity proofing, you can do a lot to figure out how much do I need to double check something, how much can I take on the risk as the credential service provider, as the issuer of the account, how to connect these bits together. And the same is true with authentication and all this other stuff. Am I okay with somebody bringing their own device? Under what circumstances? Like, I can take on that risk if I so choose to do so. And then finally, federation. The biggest addition that folks noticed was, of course, the addition of digital wallets, which really, though, when you look at it, digital wallet is really acting like a little bitty IDP that lives in your pocket that nobody trusts. And if you dig into the protocols, that's really what's going on. So what we had to pull out, though, was the fact that the way that it becomes an IDP is very different. The way that a regular IDP becomes an IDP is that somebody turns it on and declares this is an IDP, and everybody goes and looks at it. That's not what happens with a digital wallet. There's this issuance process and ceremony that has its own set of controls. And so we pulled all of that out separately to say, if you are going through that type of process to create your IDP, that is what NIST calls a wallet. I wanted to call it a subscriber controlled IDP, I think is what I called it. Yeah, subscriber controlled IDP. And actually, if you look at the anchors of the document, it still says all that because I wasn't going to change all my hashes on the file. But wallets really do change the discussion of how identity is issued and handled, but they don't actually change a lot of the underlying assumptions about how stuff is conveyed, which was traditionally what 63C was all about. How do you convey that information? But because the assumptions about how we got to that place are so drastically different, we had to do pretty much a very large rewrite of 63C, which, as I mentioned, that is now why it is the biggest volume of all 4. I think it's sitting at 138 pages, last I checked, somewhere around there. It's a lot. We also did a lot of little bits and changes. So we, in 63B, we strengthened password requirements. We really just made a bunch of shoulds into shalls. And then that made the national news and the international tech press because people just freaked out about it and said, NIST says your password is bad. And apparently folks have not been paying attention since 2016 when the original public draft of 63.3 that already had all of those requirements already said that. We added also a bunch of stuff in C, which I can speak most directly about how we manage this overall connection between the different parties. And for this, I sincerely apologize for inventing the term trust agreement. That was a placeholder, and I really wanted to come up with something better, and we never did. Trust agreement is the sum total of all of the rules that guides the connection between the CSP, the IDP, the RP, and the subscriber. So how that federation happens, all of the rules that apply to that. I was very careful not to say trust framework because that is a different thing that is well established. It does deal with trust. It does deal with agreements. I thought I was kind of doing okay. No, it's a bad term, but it's what we have until at least revision 5. Oh, fantastic. Like I said, I had no plan. I've just been kind of rambling here. And one of the other important things is that now that we had this notion of how we establish and manage trust agreements, how do you get the parties to talk to each other? That's actually where all the shared signaling stuff comes in. This is something that was implicitly allowed in Rev 3 and before, but now we called it out as this is something you actually want to do. Atul, I don't know if you want to talk about this.
Sure. I mean, I also found it notable that the draft talks about risk as being a continuous thing. And that is why I think shared signals becomes important, is because you want to propagate that information as and when it happens in real time, rather than sort of having a, more sort of static revocation list or that kind of a notion, right? So I thought that was really good about this draft.
We got shared signals referenced in there. I think there's also other. So there may be, in addition to shared signals, which is not called out as a specific specification, but as a category that has value for consideration and implementation, there's also other specs at the OpenID Foundation that are either pointed out directly or that are inferred as well, right? So maybe whoever wants to talk about that.
Yeah, so the way that, because these are requirement stocks, the way that references to specific technologies usually come up are in examples, or in, if you use this, this is what it would look like kinds of things. We had so many requests from so many different groups that were just deeply offended that we did not enumerate their one little specific magical unicorn thing. Like, we got between 4,000 and 5,000 public comments.
Wow.
On 863 Rev 4 over the multiple rounds of comments that we got.
That sounds very high compared to like what people generally get.
Yeah, that's very, very high compared to other NIST documents. We did have problems with people submitting the same comments multiple times from different organizations. I actually wrote a script to detect that and automatically close them. It felt great running that.
Did you say 500?
Was that?
How many did you say? 530?
Oh, between 4,000 and 5,000 total public comments.
That's a lot.
It's a lot. And you can actually see all of the public comments. This is all published on NIST's website with contact information redacted, but the organization that put it out is there. So OpenID Foundation had them in for both the first and second round of public comments. You can see the spreadsheet of their comments that are there. So yeah. It is a very slow-moving government document. Took us many years to write this, but it's out, and we published it before this shutdown, which was great. And yeah, I think we're almost out of time, but any questions or closing thoughts?
So just a couple points. Apparently, in the final version, we are saying subscriber control wallet.
Subscriber control. Yes. All right. Thank you. I remember that fight with Ryan now. And it's too bad he's not here.
It's being recorded. So.
Oh, fantastic. Yeah, no, okay. So it was originally, so I had called it subscriber controlled IDP. Ryan was insistent that we use the term wallet because that's what people are going to be searching for, which makes sense. And then we landed on subscriber controlled wallet to be very clear about what exactly we meant. And it also helps us frame what about cloud wallets? Where do those fit in? Because those are kind of a different type of machinery.
And the other thing was applicant reference.
Applicant reference, thank you, thank you. That's the other one. That is the one where they're not helping you fill out the paperwork, but they're like, no, I know Nat, and you know, Nat might not have an address because he's always on an airplane, but I can vouch that Nat is a real person, and so like I can be proved to vouch for somebody else. That is now very explicitly laid out how that works together. Thank you.
But the vouching is very important in other jurisdictions like in New Zealand, in Canada, and those places.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of what we were seeing was commentary about working with disadvantaged populations, people who may not have a permanent address or a referenceable permanent address.
And also, you know, the vouching actually is very important in binding biometrics data to the government record, because otherwise we don't have a very good way of doing it.
Absolutely. George, you had your hand up.
I was just going to say that I mean, it's great that those kinds of mechanisms are in the document from a requirements perspective, but tying this back to sort of what Juliana was talking about earlier, we have no sort of global standards or even country standards for how to leverage that kind of proofing in a trust environment that would allow you to actually open a bank account or send money across borders or anything else. So I think there's a ton of work to do there. This is a great first step. But yeah, there are tons of people who have no address and need a way to basically, have an ID. And I had a very interesting conversation with a startup founder in Rwanda the other day about this exact situation.
Yeah,
that's
I lived
fantastic.
in Kenya for many years.
Mhm.
Address means post office box.
Mhm.
It's not where you are.
Mhm.
Right? And
Yeah, absolutely.
there isn't anything like address as we know of in the United States in those countries. Right? So
Yeah, when I was growing up, my mailing address started with rural route number 1. I grew up in rural Maine, and it was just rural route number 1 was a very large portion of the state. And yeah, so to George's point, though, yeah, there's a ton of work that still needs to be done. A lot of what we put into the NIST docs is, I won't call it aspirational, but we wrote it in such a way that it's a question that needs to be answered by industry, by academia, by agencies, to say, like, this is how we're actually going to get this information across. Sometimes those questions work and sometimes they don't. One of the things you might have noticed if you track the differences between Rev 3 and Rev 4 is that FAL 3 and Rev 4 can actually be reached now. Whereas previously it was incredibly difficult and fit only a very, very small set of technologies, because we wrote it in Rev 3 with the aspiration of, like, okay, we're going to make this set of requirements. It looks like token binding is going to be real any day now, and this is going to be awesome. It's going to solve all of our problems. And then it didn't. Yeah, what happened indeed, Mike? And then token binding, among other things, never rose to answer that question. There was also not a big draw for it, as it turned out, to kind of push industry into that space. So we reframed FAL3 to be based on other kinds of things. So bound authenticators and a lot of other stuff that's there now that weren't options before. And so, yeah, you're out of time.
We'll wrap it up. So since 862-4 is not going to spell out some of the spec references, does it behoove the OpenID Foundation to write some such paper that says these requirements within 863-4 could be met by these specific standards, so that there is something very clear, at least from the OpenID Foundation point of view, of what would meet that bar and help implementers?
Yes, and I will add, anything like that should be very clear onto how this meets the standard, because there are a lot of people that I've seen in the wild that say, we are NIST compliant, which means absolutely nothing. But be very careful to not just say EKYC is 863A compliant.
Yeah.
Like, say which parts work in which circumstances for which audiences, and yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff that can be spelled out there.
Nat, do you think that would be helpful to do that exercise?
it's really hard. I'd say it's really
hard.
really hard.
Yeah, yeah.
For example, in especially in the international context, perhaps in U.S. context, it could be done.
It would be. It's easier when it's more constrained, like that.
Right.
I don't think you would have one set of international standards that say how to do it across all jurisdictions, for example. Reminds me of, I worked on a project years ago where it was dealing with, like, legal constraints, and the client said, oh, I just want to drop down with jurisdiction. And so that the user can just pick their jurisdiction across the entire world. We did not implement that. But yeah, you would basically need to be able to say, like, this is my context that I'm working on. So US, and specifically US federal government, like, iGov was ostensibly supposed to do that. Maybe it still can. I think that U.S. government to citizen use cases is enough of a different flavor that that might be its own set of documents and guidance. And there's a lot of room for this kind of stuff. And if you go back, there's also precedent for this because we have the eGov specifications for SAML. We have the original iGov drafts that were for OpenID Connect and Rev 3 in very limited ways. Yeah, I think it's doable if you pick the right context.
Thank you very much. Like, we're good? All right. Thank you. Appreciate the discussion. Moving onwards, clicking forwards.
I don't think you're in presentation mode.
So next up is Nat talking about OpenID Foundation Japan updates. Maybe your Japanese colleagues will have ideas too.
I wasn't planning to. I thought Kosuke was going to do that. Partly because I'm not even a part of OpenID Foundation Japan. But let's see what we can do.
So I had,
can you change
I had a few, just a few simple thought starters here.
Yeah, apparently, so Costco was coming, right? Yeah, there seems to be a flight which didn't fly. So a couple of people from Japan is missing right now.
Well, any of you who you could, or we can skip the session.
Yeah,
The initial scope was which specs from the OpenID Foundation are resonating amongst the Japanese community. What areas of thought leadership, like the white papers, we know the AI agentic white paper is going to be translated into Japanese, so that sounded like it was interesting to the Japanese crowd. And then other areas of focus for the Japanese government. So I was talking earlier to Hideki-san about the Japan Railways, University Benefits Project, and of course your comments on phishing resistance to the financial services agency. So just headlines on the intersection of the Japanese community and the OpenID Foundation.
So there's a quite wide variety of interest among various stakeholders in Japan. For example, the Japanese government is actually utilizing the identity assurance spec for the non-human identity or legal entity identity kind of stuff. And it's called GBIS ID, and it's deployed already, so that the head of that organization can name the deputy on the what capacity that they can represent the corporation or something like that. So that's one of the things which is being used recently. There's a lot of interest among Japanese constituents about how our specs can be leveraged in the context of artificial intelligence or AI agents, which is still yet to be explored, and it's very, it's changing very fast. So that's what we are doing, and we, unlike in the case of United States, we do have kind of face-to-face meeting in Tokyo. Tokyo is very concentrated city, so it's actually easier to have the face-to-face meetings, and it's like every quarter or something like that, and like 300 people gathers and have a lively discussion down there, which is kind of good. Also, we do sometimes discuss about the things that usually isn't discussed in the US context, like character codes. Right. I mean, for example, I have something called my number card, which is it's a kind of digital credential, right? But it's got two versions of my name in it, right? Also, having something like MDL or SDJ.VC or something like that. I mean, the format is nice, but can you read it when I present the one which was created by Japanese government? It's only got Japanese characters in it. There's no alphanumerics. So those kind of interoperability issues are very important, and it is kind of talked about. And from the FATF context or something like that, that is kind of important because you could leverage the so-called name laundering through different country systems, and that, so that's really important. I actually was in DC last week with the chair of the virtual asset contact group of FATF, and we keep very close conversation with them. What questions in the Japanese government focus on now? So yeah, for the financial use case, we are actually kind of, and perhaps Hideki can talk about it better, concentrate on MDoc-based government-issued identity document on the smartphones or in the physical smart card, which then is not the MDoc, but X509. And the Japanese government is trying to issue the MDoc into the Android phones by the end of, or the autumn of next year, and how to proliferate that to the healthcare sector as well as the financial sector is a big issue. We are also working on the international interoperability, but it's not just a format. Like I said, I mean, there's a lot of things, the language, or the for example, university thing, the how to translate one course or one degree into other countries is another issue, and that needs to be done. And I believe there's a project going on this year for that. And we are trying quite hard to push the requirement against for the to make the credentials phishing resistant. It's going quite rampant in Japan right now. Not in the straight commercial banking sector right now. It's in the stock brokerage, so that the phished account start buying small stocks with very little what do you call the trade, right? Yeah, trade. And then if you buy it fast enough, the price goes up, right? And then the attacker another attacker controlled account actually sells it, so that it works like money transfer, right? And the Ministry of actually Financial Services Agency, it's the ministry which oversees those financial institutions, is almost forcing those companies to introduce the phishing resistant, actually the passkeys, to those companies. But I mean, just doing that obviously doesn't help, because what do you think the criminals will do when the financial institutions started to offer the passkey as the as one of the authentication method.
Adding passkey.
Yeah. They add their own passkey, right? The account is phished already, right? So you have to do the identity.
So then they secure it.
Yeah, they secure it, right? Yeah. The other thing is that it's really difficult to force or disable the password after the user added the passkeys, right? So there's been the cases where the stock brokerage company added the two-factor authentication thing, which is still kind of fishable, but because it will be more friction for many of them, they keep disabling it, right? And they keep getting hacked, right? So that kind of, how to do the proper identity lifecycle and credential lifecycle management is still an issue, and that should be a topics that we should be talking about. Anything else to add? Okay. Questions?
Thank you for letting us put you on the spot.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting that. But
All right, thank you, Nat. Dima, you have a choice of 3 microphones.
Why 3? Oh, can I switch the order?
Other pages?
Yes.
Yeah, as you wish.
Let's try it.
So you have
Next one. No, next one. Next one. Next one. This one, yes.
You want to flip there?
Yes.
Cool.
Okay.
So the clicker.
Okay. So I'll switch the order just to continue the international topic that Nat started. A few years ago, I think 2.5 years ago, a bit more, I was able to attend OpenID Foundation Japan Summit, and it was really impressive to me at the time how active the community was. And I think Nat at the time planted a seed. Why don't you guys, given that a lot of community questions and community activity come from Australia, Nat planted a seed at the time if we want to start a local chapter of OpenID Foundation. So a few years later, we, probably last time when we did this update, we just formed the Australian Digital Trust Community Group. So I'll tell you a little bit more about it. It was formed as a safe space for people to come and talk and discuss things relevant to digital trust. Initially, it started with a digital identity, but then we quickly recognized that digital identity is probably just only a subset of things you need to do to have a secure transactions across the economy. And we also recognize that the community group concept within OpenID Foundation allows non-members to participate as well, signing participation agreement. So we created a space, a safe place to collaborate and work on the events and do things together. So it is a safe space. We meet once a week. We discuss different things. Some of the topics we explore in the next level of detail, and not everyone is interested in everything. So we formed subgroups. Some of the subgroups that we have so far formed around trust framework analysis. That's to do with how we map our trust framework, Australian government trust framework, Australian private schemes trust framework to global trust frameworks. Age assurance is quite a significant topic for us as well. At the moment, we have, I think in December, government mandated the social media ban for under 16, which is driving a lot of activity in this space. Some of the things being discussed at that level. We've also been sort of almost dragged in by being there into a few different consultation responses to do with the Australian government or even New Zealand government they listed there. The interesting one is from ACMA, Australian Communication Authority of sorts. They started finally considering digital identity as a means of proofing customers. Because until now, it's all been document and what documents you have to do, but now they're talking about reliance. So we provided feedback on that as well. And the other significant stream of activity for us is organizing local events. So recently we had the age assurance industry timetable, which we discussed exactly age assurance with a few different folks in the industry. The next one is digital identity ecosystem incentives. So that's coming up in a few months' time as well. The group is relatively active, actually quite active. I think there are about 30 individual members and probably about 10 organizations that participate with the employees attached to that. So that's Australian Digital Trust. Any comments? Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So like how it's really interesting for me. And how many like members or are participating currently from to the Australian Digital Trust community group?
So we have about 30 plus participation agreements signed from individual members and 10 from organizations with people underneath. So overall, probably signed maybe 40 plus, but we have regular calls, which could be anywhere from 10 to 20 people on the call, which is pretty surprising for the new community group being created. It's, I consider it quite active. So, and I've got on all the slides, I've got the phishable QR code, NIST-proof QR code that you can use to get to the page. Go to the page on OpenID Foundation website to get more details and contact any of the co-chairs to get more information if you're interested. So that's it.
One question.
Yep.
So this is very interesting. Do you envision having some kind of inter-jurisdictional communication group or something like that, maybe annually or semi-annually or something like that, so that they can share the insights and things like that?
So that's in terms of sharing experience between different local community groups. I think that's why I see the rest of the foundation and community groups in the foundation filling that role. The reason why we separated Australian Digital Trust from the global community group, from a global group, working groups and community groups, is because we felt that we needed a local space to discuss local issues, which wouldn't be necessarily interesting for everyone else. We had a similar dilemma recently with the date community group as well. We actually considered creating a subgroup, and then we reviewed it. Actually, most of the things that we're discussing are relevant to everyone. So we went back and participated in a global construct. I don't think there's a need to create anything on top at this stage. That's my personal opinion.
Thanks.
Okay, now a brief update on FAPI. So FAPI is, for those who don't know, FAPI is a secure and interoperable profile of OAuth 2, and it's specifically designed for secure API consumption. And FAPI working group is the working group that's responsible for FAPI, but also for many adjustment standards that allow you to build the ecosystem. Since the last meeting we had, since 6 months ago, we've gone final with the message signing. So now both FAPI2 security profile, attacker model, and FAPI2 message signing are final specifications, which is a great milestone for all of us. OpenID Foundation conformance testing team worked really hard, and now there are tests, testing implementations for all of those specifications. And we've got specifications coming in, implementations tests results coming in. So I've got a few Connect ID aligned parties and a few Connect ID IDPs already certified for the final version of the specs, which is great to see. In terms of ecosystem updates, Chile is powering ahead for 2026 launch with FAPI2. Peru and Rwanda started working on FAPI2 adoption as well. And I think Gail mentioned Project Aperta, which is cross-jurisdictional open banking setup that potentially relevant to FAPI working group as well. So the next steps for the working group, we're working on 3 things. Implementers guide. That's all the other things that needed by the ecosystems to implement FAPI-based ecosystems. To go there, grant management, which is fine-grained, standardized fine-grained authorization, and ISO pass, which Gail mentioned as well. So this is ISO recognition of FAPI specs, which allows us to have an ISO number and be referenced by jurisdictions that do require ISO specifications. And I think merge is available. Elizabeth, you go and see Elizabeth at the back of the room if you need some merge. And I think Mark also sprinkled stickers across the room, but I see Mark for OpenID stickers as well. Every laptop here should have one. Any questions about FAPI? Easy. So ecosystems support community group. I'll speak on behalf of a few co-chairs as well. A lot of it started within FAPI working group. We realized that in order for you to build fully functioning ecosystem, one specification is not enough. So you need to layer multiple specifications from different standard bodies together, and most of the time you had to do it yourself. So we started evolving towards FAPI2 Trust Framework or FAPI2 Framework, and eventually recognized that we probably need a separate space to work, not just FAPI, but other aspects. How do we time together? How do we support ecosystems better? It goes beyond the specifications. So the purpose of the community groups with OpenID Foundation is not to create new specifications, but it's more to discuss things, to produce potentially reference architectures, blueprints, and surface the issues. For example, if ecosystems would like changes for OpenID Foundation conformance testing program, that's the space where we can sort of get the requirements and channel them back to conformance team and OpenID Foundation to address, to support those better. So we formed about 6 months ago, I think we started having meetings within the ecosystems support community group. It's a smaller community group. It's focusing on essentially ecosystem governing bodies. So whoever is running an ecosystem themselves or setting up one is welcome to participate. Anyone is welcome to participate and come in and listen and contribute. But I think it's targeted towards people that have ecosystems set up in their mind. So the participation is relatively small. I think there are about 10 individual members at the moment and few of 4 or 5 organizations that join. So we also meet every 2 weeks in 2 different time slots. All the times on the website, OpenID Foundation website, the QR code is in the pack as well. So the backlog that we have is to work on the reference architectures. So there is a FAPI to open banking reference architecture, which is already published, the first version, and it's open for review. If you would like to review it, if you want to have a look at it, please reach out. The next step for us is to address some of the missing bits within fine-grained authorization. And potentially there is an event in London next year, September, October 2026, where ecosystem governing bodies can get together. So it becomes a part of broader OpenID Foundation event being planned. I'm not sure if we speak about it later or before, but that's TBC. So the details are to be confirmed. And next steps, if you would like, if it's something relevant to you, please join. There's a link on the website. There is a QR code. To go. That's it. Any questions?
I'll just add, Dima, as we're engaging with new ecosystems coming online, we're introducing them to the ecosystem support community group, both to learn from it, but also to be able to contribute to it. So we're hopeful Peru and others will join in the very near term.
Yeah, so it's also part of the scaling strategy because we're dealing with 50, 60 different ecosystems.
26.
Across different 26 for FAPI, but also
Across everything.
Across everything, it's probably a large number that you foundation can't deal individually, I think this is where reference architectures help everyone. So that's it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dima. Next, we have the DADE. Thank you. Oh, sorry, clapping. Yes.
You know what?
I am online.
He's there. Yes.
And
Hello.
hopefully you can all hear me.
We can.
We can.
Oh, fantastic. All right. Well, maybe somebody could drive the slides for me. Good afternoon, Dean Sachs, co-chair of the DADE community group, here to give you a quick update on where we are with DADE. I think I saw Mike Kaiser online too, one of my co-chairs. I don't think Eve made it today. But maybe Mike can join us if he's online. Just by way of background, DADE, the Death and the Digital Estate Community Group, was chartered just a year ago. And it was chartered to create this space to help us really understand how individuals can manage their digital estate in the event of disablement or death. Over the past year, we've had a lot of really great conversations about what a digital estate is, how we should be thinking about digital estate. And often we think about it in terms of your writing, your images, your photographs, other digital data that is stored online in some way, or maybe stored on hard drives within that are in your personal possession, on memory cards in your cameras, etc. All of this, as well as all of your digital exhaust, as Eve would say, is part of what we would consider your digital estate. If you can go to the next slide, please, Elizabeth. And so over the past year, we've been meeting on a every other week basis, alternating for both the EMEA crowd as well as the APAC crowd. And I'm really happy to say that just a couple of weeks ago, we completed a major deliverable, two major deliverables, in fact. The first is a white paper entitled The Unfinished Digital Estate, Culture, Law, and Technology After Death. So myself, Heather Flanagan, Mike Kaiser, were the primary authors on this. As you were at this meeting a couple of months ago, back in April, then you saw us talk about this, and we were seeking funding at the time. That funding was, of course, approved, and we did write the white paper over the past summer and released it about 3 weeks ago in public review period. The second asset that we released was authored by actually the DADE CG members. And this is a planning guide for planning your own digital estate and providing guidance, not legal guidance, but technology-oriented guidance around planning your digital estate, as well as how to deal with somebody's digital estate posthumously once they have already passed away, if they had not done some of this planning ahead of time. Again, this is open in the public review period. We are collecting comments due by, I guess that's Friday. And then once these comments have been returned to us, the authors will go back, we'll review the documentation, review the comments, and update these documents for a final release. Hopefully by the end of this quarter, possibly out into Q1 of 2026, depending on how our time goes. Next slide, please. So I kind of already covered a bit of this, but we have been documenting a lot of resources that we discover, and those are all documented in our wiki on GitHub. I encourage you to check it out. That is kept up to date regularly based upon our meeting notes and other discussions that happen both on the mailing list as well as in Slack. Now, we've also had quite a number of public presentations and media. So this year at EIC and Identiverse, we held DADE panels. We also held some sessions on DADE at IIW in the springtime. After EIC, the papers interviewed Eve Mailer, and that was published back in April-ish timeframe, May of this year. I am actually in the middle of working with the papers right now on a second interview, this one really covering the white paper and the planning guide that we just released. Elizabeth was kind enough to make us her first guests on the Well-Known podcast, which hopefully gets to be very well known here in the near future. Thank you for that, Elizabeth. As well as just recently had a presentation with the Identity at the Center podcast, again, about the white paper, the planning guide, and the presentation that I gave last week at Authenticate, which was related to, but not directly about DADE, but it was around recovering your own digital assets if you, say, lost them in a fire or a flood or something. And there were a lot of lessons learned from that that are intersectional with the work happening at DADE about how we store and protect and manage those digital assets and are able to break glass to get access to them in case of emergency. And then Serge would have to give us an update on this, but there has been some other press on the white paper publication. I believe HelpNet Security was one of them. Elizabeth, maybe you can help me out. Maybe you know the names of some of the others.
Definitely biometric update covered it. I have a full list if you like, but I don't have it in front of me right now. But
That's
we've
okay.
had a whole handful, probably between 5 to 10 media placements.
So this has gotten quite a bit of airplay in the media. It's brought visibility to the larger set of challenges here. And if you can go on to the next slide, Elizabeth. So what's next? Well, obviously we have to finalize the white paper and planning guide. Again, end of year this year, hopefully, fingers crossed. And then just this morning, the three co-chairs had our regular meeting and talked about what is next for DADE working group. Over the next couple months, we are going to really work to pull some of the ideas out of the paper and begin figuring out how we turn those into concrete actions. And what this means is looking toward chartering a working group in 2026 to really begin working on protocols where they make sense to be chartered in a DADE working group versus, say, the eKYC working group, which again, there's some overlap in our work around on behalf of semantics. So we are going to be actively working toward that through the rest of this year and in the beginning of next year. And hopefully next year we'll be able to charter a working group so we can begin the protocol work that's necessary to begin establishing the tools and technologies to allow people to proactively manage their digital estates wherever that data may lie. And I think that's all I've got for you today. Any questions? Oh, I'm a panelist? I had no idea.
Was there any of the co-chairs or members of the community group planning to call sessions at IIW this week, Dean?
I don't know which of us will be at IIW this week. I think George will be there. I'm hoping maybe George will.
George is nodding.
Okay, great. I trust George to do all the right things while I'm not there this week, unfortunately, and look forward to output from IIW.
That's cool. And yeah, don't worry about this. I think you were a late invitation to be on this AI white paper panel. I'm not sure that invitation ever reached you. And I'm not seeing Tobin in the room either. He's coming? Okay, great. Super. Well, thank you, Dean. Everyone, Dean is not feeling well today, so extra thanks for taking the time to
Thanks, Dean.
share with us.
Thank you all. I look forward to seeing you all in person, hopefully at the next one of these events.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dean. I mean, it feels like quite a journey since all those listening sessions a couple of years ago that Dean was holding, and now we've got a white paper and a work group in the plan. So pretty awesome. So inviting up to the stage, Tobin. I don't know if you'll be flanked by Dean is maybe on remotely, and George Fletcher. How you want to run this part?
How do we want to run this part? Let me set the stage, then we have like a panel. Does someone want to fill in for Dean, or does Dean want to?
I don't know. Dean, are you going to hang out for this?
Unfortunately, I have an appointment that I have to get to, so I have to drop.
Okay.
But I'm sure somebody can handle this capably in my place.
Yeah, for sure. I think it'll be an active session. We'll miss you. Thanks, Dean.
Thank you all. Bye.
Yeah. Do you want to come up? Yeah, Sarah, you're up. Okay, so I guess context setting. We had this same event in July, June, May, sometime earlier this year.
Yeah, April
this year, where we decided we needed to figure out what was going on with AI agents and identity. There was a lot of discussion. There was an early bout of writing, and then folks mulled on the paper for a while. We organized the community group, which has held weekly discussions about this topic and related topic. The model context protocol spec developed and evolved, and then we rewrote parts of the paper to respond to that. And as of 2 weeks ago, the white paper is finally out and has had amazing traction. Elizabeth, do you know how many people have looked at that white paper?
I know you've had over 200 downloads.
Okay, Leo, over 200. I've seen at least like 50 LinkedIn posts about the topic.
Yeah, it did. And some, you know, where you can upload the paper to LinkedIn itself. That is, oh, sorry. People have uploaded the paper itself to LinkedIn, and that has been shared many times. So I can't tell you.
There's been 20, 30 different news articles, a couple different podcasts, a bunch of LinkedIn posts, and I have personally received a bunch of people's thoughts and commentaries on the paper. And I was just saying this earlier, not a single piece of hate mail related to it, which, given the controversial topic, is surprising.
You just opened yourself up to hate mail.
Hate mail's welcome. T-South at stanford.edu, send it my way. And so I guess as like an opener, and then let's just do a panel and have a genuine open discussion about this as we would in the working group. Everything continues to move fast. Every identity company seems to have released some kind of notion of agent identity. I've been looking through a bunch of different specs as part of this today. They're all different in subtly different ways. Managing these startups are deploying AI agents at a massive, massive scale. They are selling them into enterprises, and we have not solved that identity crisis. So it's time we get some community consensus on this that handle the highly autonomous, flexible nature of agents, especially across all the different modalities that we're seeing. The voice agents are taking off. Apps SDK from ChatGPT is just MCP with all of the usual identity challenges, but now with an added iframe in there with new custom hooks that call MCP, which had like identity and auth challenges before, inside of an iframe. So there's lots and lots of like weird niche things we need to solve. So I'm glad we have good folks working on this. Let's pull up the panel. George, Sarah, you up? We do like a chair.
I got
Chairs.
Everyone's got
We can just dance.
I can stand.
We can have one of you on the high chair.
I like this setup. Yeah. Okay, and I want folks, everyone, let's make this like a fun, interesting discussion because it's the afternoon, so we're all going to fall asleep otherwise. So we want only the hottest takes on identity and agents and the most fun questions from the audience. Firstly, for you two, Sarah, George, what is the most interesting thing you think you've learned in either the community group that we've been having on a Thursday or from the work on the white paper?
I think the most interesting part of it for me has been going back and forth with people in the group about threat modeling. As the standards are evolving, as new specifically payment protocols come out and application interfaces come out, there are new attacks, right? And new things that are possible. And so working with other people in the group, trying to figure out what patterns people recognize from OpenID Connect, from OAuth, that replicate themselves in these same protocols where we can hopefully nip them in the bud and say, if you do it that way, that's a terrible idea because we know where that leads. That's going to lead to a bad place. So that's been the most fulfilling part of the group for me.
So I think one of the things, and I guess partly in the group, partly because of the group, the most recent, payment protocol thing, when they defined the intent constructs, effectively that was a global definition of delegated authorization constraints, right, in a very narrow domain. But our delegated authorization problem that we have, effectively, when you start crossing trust domain boundaries, requires something that everybody understands. And we don't even have any common practices of authorization within a single entity, let alone a way to navigate across this. So I was glad to see that, but this problem is the piece that probably scares me the most out of this whole space. As you said, Tomit, everybody's running as fast as they possibly can. And yet the implications is everybody's doing it differently and has their own reasons, right? And this has been happening for a long time. You see a paper comes out and it's like, I've solved the agentic AI identity problem, right? but they never describe what context they've solved, quote unquote, solved it in. And it's always very specific to a very particular use case or very particular, which would never work in some other one. So I was glad to see the sort of move a little bit to a global construct for representing this concept of sort of consented authorizations, constraints, capabilities as a direction. But I think there's a ton more work there that has to be done because we kind of need those things for every possible domain, which is a very scary thing to try and have to figure out how to define.
And those intent and CART mandates that come from that delegation, they're in natural language. They're just pure natural language instructions of what the allowed authority is, right? Which is crazy in some sense. It's like cross-domain natural language delegation mandates. What a weird world. The payment stuff's really interesting. This also has like real traction. I have a shirt store that you can buy an MCP shirt on through ChatGPT, which got released 2 weeks ago. 50 people have bought a shirt through ChatGPT, which is more than I was expecting.
Is it the Run MCP
It
shirt?
is the Run MCP
I
shirt.
need to buy one.
I'm now a shirt vendor, if you'd like. Yours have shirts? Can we buy them for MCP? This is coming soon. Coming soon to an OpenID Foundation meeting near you. So these intent mandates are cool. Delegations are cool. Payment systems are cool. These seem like the cutting edge problems that we're facing. How mature, like what is the maturity timeline on any of this technology? Do you think, like how soon do we need to fix problems and what do we need to fix first for this to work?
Well, that's what's terrifying is it's like yesterday because people are already doing payments online with these natural language mandates and it's terrifying. It's not deterministic.
Yeah, I agree with Sarah, right? It's already happening, so I don't think you can do anything to get ahead of it. I think it's going to be coming behind and helping people sort of when stuff doesn't work or breaks horribly or whatever, here's the things that you could do to sort of fix it. Because I don't think you can get ahead of it. There's just way too much money, so to speak, in the sense of moving fast and releasing something cool and doing the next thing and getting the buzz and all of that kind of stuff that you're never going to stop it for a security or good hygiene kind of a reason. On the flip side, though, there are some of these problems that we really do need to start thinking about that we haven't really talked a lot about from an industry perspective that are hard problems. And especially, I think, for me, in the context of as agents start writing other agents and those agents start doing stuff, this sort of propagation of authority and trust and whatever, like, I don't know that we have any constructs to deal with that and how to sort of represent that in a way that's coherent. It's also not tenable, I don't think, in our current world of consent, right? To use consent as a solution in this space. We need something else. What that else is, I don't think is defined, but we need some, we need to be providing some thought leadership in that space because no user as this thing that they asked some agent to do goes through 50 other systems, wants to get 50 consent notifications, right? I mean, it's just going to turn, we had, whatever it was, SMS bombing, right, as a phishing attack, as not technically phishing, but, right, it's going to be a similar sort of thing. So we need a whole different construct. And how do you represent that construct and put constraints around what it is that these things can do, but so that I don't get bought. So I think there's some really big problems, at least in an open ecosystem, right? And maybe the solution space or the way to sort of help drive people is like, do it within a single trust domain, right? What are the things that are viable that you can leverage to get good security in a single trust domain, ignoring the cross trust domain boundaries? And that's a much easier problem to solve. But the cross-trust domain stuff is really complicated.
Yeah, and I think 1,000 startups are going to bloom based on securing all of this. Mine is working on it, Tobin's is working on it. And, but it's the money for security never comes until after the breach, right? And so this is going to be especially difficult for us in the standard space because lots of people are going to be playing catch up with their security and implementing that security in different ways. So I think, as George said, if we can give guidance early, even before people are paying for it, before people have problems, and we are all selling solutions that are roughly in the same framework, I think that would be really, really useful to like humanity.
Yeah, so the security as afterthought is a very bad thing, privacy as well. And we know that from the statistics, it will take like over 70 times the cost than when you do it in the beginning. So that's what worries me as I'm in the financial world, kind of. And also, I'm still wondering who's and how those specifications are written in which IPR regime. And for example, in the case of AP2, they claim to be the mandates of VCs, right? But if you look at it, it doesn't look like so. And the signature scheme is, I don't know what it is. It looks slightly like a JSON serialization format of JWS, but it's not. And given that kind of primitives, we don't know the security properties of it at all. And that worries me.
So that's a great comment. I also think, I mean, folks are just going to build stuff. Like the AI nerds that want to build AI products are just going to continue building things. But I do think we've seen, especially since the last meeting, since April, genuine listening to actual communities. MCP is a good example of this, where there was no auth to begin with, and then they did robust auth, and they're like, yep, and we're going to use dynamic client registration, and you're all going to love it. And then there was really rich feedback from the community and lots of discussion. And as of 2 weeks ago, client ID metadata has been formally supported. And there's now OAuth extensions. And I feel like they threw something out in the world. They created chaos. They watched to see what happened. And now we're responding with genuine spec proposals that people can agree on and reach consensus. And I think we're not there yet with payments, right? We're going to do AP2. A bunch of people are going to lose money in catastrophic ways. And then we're going to have another meeting with all of the solutions finally figured out.
So you guys are in contact with those people who are writing the specs. That's good.
Well, and there's a bunch of different specs as well. None of them interoperable.
Well, and the developers do not conform to the specs. I think it was the Asterisk security study showed that like 80% of MCP implementations have some form of authorization that is not OAuth. And so our ability as specification writers to actually improve things is very difficult in that environment.
Yeah, so one of the things that bothers me about all this is, I mean, this is just a comment, not really a question first, which is, I find it really funny that we think that it's great for, you know, machines talking to machines needs to use English as the way of speaking. Like it's not structured, it's like ambiguous, and that seems to be the preferred way of how all these things are talking to each other. Which then sort of brings me to the question, which is, I think a lot of these discussions about AI security at the protocol level, amazing work being done. I know it's not perfect, but you know, I think there's good progress there. The problem I see is that the kind of issues we are facing at the unstructured data level, I don't think we are able to address that effectively in these protocols.
Right, even if the protocol is really good, if you're fundamentally communicating in natural language, like don't do bad things, that's not an enforceable policy, and you just have inherent security issues. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually wore my cedar shirt today. I didn't know I would need it.
Nice.
But yes, I think we need to embrace structured language for permissions and for consent. And that building that into OAuth is going to be critical and making that an actual specification.
So one of the things that we've seen in other parts of the security stack is the commoditization of security stuff. If you recall back in those of you with enough gray hairs, you remember the 90s of e-commerce sites saying, we encrypt your traffic now because we now know that that's good. These days, like we don't blink. We just don't put credit card info into a site that's not over HTTPS. So the focus and the expectations have shifted greatly from when we had a bunch of stuff that was going over plain text and people were losing lots of money to today, where the problems are showing up elsewhere. Where do you guys, I'm curious to hear, where do you guys all think that commoditization, which to me is a step beyond standardization, where is that commoditization going to come with the way that AI platforms are really pushing these kinds of things today?
I think it has to come in between the MCP layer. So in between the MCP client and the MCP server, right? You need a proxy there that's going to handle all of your authorization, that's going to do authorization policies that are not in natural language, that is going to monitor whether the MCP clients that you're talking to are valid MCP clients or not, that are going to monitor the traffic that goes back and forth for auditability, right? That's one place that could be commoditized, but I think there are several points in the in agentic, both payment flows and just tool calling, where auditability is probably going to come first, right? And followed by robust access management, threat detection, all of the stuff that we see in identity transactions today.
Okay, I have a small question regarding that.
Well, I want to extend that. I think it's all going to commoditize. Like, I think agent builders are fully commoditized. It's like 7,000 agent builders, right? They're all a dime a dozen. I think MCP, the last YC batch, 80% of companies were an MCP company in some way, shape, or form. Like, that is a massive commoditization. If any subset of them is successful, we're going to see commoditization. And every identity vendor has a different AI agent identity strategy, which I think we're also going to see some commoditization there. And because I think it's easy to ship code, everyone's going to be very focused on shipping this. And so without standards, like, we will commoditize and we will also have many different competing standards, and it will just be chaos. It's my hot take for everyone.
Hot take. One here and then over here.
Okay, so I've seen that lot of new stuff going on in the agentic stuff, and the working group always, as you said, the interoperability is not there. Like, people are like developing on their own and just wanted to like the use case based developing stuff. But I want to know from the auditing perspective, like for example, like, say the standard based applications, we know how the code works, and we know, okay, this is the event happens. So auditing perspective, okay, this has happened. Okay, this is the bug. This is the debugging flow. Everything was okay. But when it comes to agentic approach, when they are calling from one agent to another, and they sometimes can, let's say they have the permissions to like, they have write their own policies and they can come up with their own, the dynamic approach is there. So they don't know what has happened. So it's like not in the auditing perspective, it's not the event happened. It's all about like, okay, why this has happened, like the reason for the event, not the actual event. So in that perspective, what do you think about that auditing perspective? Because that's this whole, how you protect these agents, and we don't, even the replicate case also, like we don't want it to happen, these kind of things, but we say that you cannot do these things, but still they do. We need to know why it has happened without what has happened. So what's your approach on those?
So where do you even start, right? So, I mean, auditing is something I think that is critical, and there's a lot of issues in that space. We've talked about some of them in the community group in regards to like, how do you even identify the right things that you need to audit? I think that there's probably, I mean, the human trend is give the thing enough permissions so it doesn't come back and ask me questions, right? Which then effectively gives it way more permissions than it really should have, right? And then you run into these things of like, how do you go back? It did something bad, right? I mean, the classic example we have is, right, you know, I want Taylor Swift tickets so it sells my car to be able to buy them or something, you know. These are the crazy fun things that we throw around in conversations. But fundamentally, right, the more you increase permissions, right, to reduce the the sort of interrogation of what the user wants, right, the more likely those kinds of things that it will do something the user didn't want. And then if you want to go back and audit that, right, there's also this massive liability problem because who's responsible for it doing the wrong thing, right? And wrong is determined by the human thinks that what it did wasn't what the human wanted, right? Or what the originating system wanted. And so there's auditing problems in the sense that we don't tend to, in our standards, give out instance identifiers outside of maybe dynamic client registration, right? So there's a whole side of this piece. Like, what are the critical fundamental pieces of data that you need to keep an audit trail, especially when those audit trails start crossing trust domains? But then, like, who would you go ask for recourse when it does something wrong? Like, how do you even start that? Again, especially if this is crossing multiple trust domains.
Auditing liability distributions.
Yeah,
okay.
We're going to be able to do 2 more questions and wrap it up because unfortunately,
I was just saying
can't
that
go deep on this.
auditing and liability distribution is really difficult thing. Juliana?
So Kalia's got next question. And then
So
one
it's
over here.
more like where can you continue the conversation? Because guess what? On Friday, we're hosting, me and Andor, the Agentic Internet Workshop. And so if you know AI protocol makers that you would like to get some identity religion, you can invite them. And vice versa. I think we have a lot to learn from the folks building agentic AI. So it's a totally separate thing from IIW. It's on Friday. And it's who's going already? Yes. Okay. Love that.
5, 6 people.
So-
Right.
And if you're not registered, please register so we can get you lunch because you.
So also there is a community-like group in the W3C, and there's another one in the Decentralized Identity Foundation. And and FIDO.
FIDO.
Woohoo! So there's also going to be like, how do we keep, this stuff at least somewhat connected? So that'll be fun as well, because I would say that all the stuff we've been talking about today probably doesn't map super well into the CSA Decentralized Identity Foundation view of agents.
So we're going to take one from Juliana and then a parting question for the panel.
Next 2 slides.
You need another one?
Right? Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to follow on the previous point George had made with respect to recourse. And if we're talking about payments or anything in general moving forward with respect to AI and AI-based agents, strong foundations and establishing those in the standards for non-repudiation is going to be paramount, or there will be chaos.
Juliana is planting a firm stake in the ground on what she thinks good could look like so people can react to it. And I'm sure we'll
Come
bring
to
that
my
back.
IIW demo. We're doing non-repudiation.
Excellent.
Actually, can we get a microphone?
Yep.
Yeah, just wanted to point out that you can download the white paper there. Some amazing talks being presented in the weekly calls for the OpenID community group. Please join those as well. Next slide. And just to give you an idea, we are forming a few subgroups because I think there's too much, this area is very broad and we cannot bring all that into one call every week. So we already have started on the taxonomy subgroup, and I think there's interest from ITU to use some of that work. I know Sarah is interested in the, the threat modeling subgroup. And so we've had a little hiccup there, and so we'll get back on track soon. And then the third one we are planning is the use cases one. So next slide.
So to wrap us up, are there any sessions being called at IIW? We talked about Friday from Kalia. Are there any sessions being called already? You want to note? You mentioned one.
So yes, I will have a demo when Wednesday lunch, I think is when the demos are, for Beyond Identity. And then our normal weekly call for the AI community group is Thursday at 9. So that will also be an IIW session where anyone who comes to IIW can join the community group call by coming into the room.
Perfect. Perfect. And then it sounds like by the end of this week, we'll need to find a way to sync up with ITUT, which is looking to use some of the taxonomy work, as well as the IETF work, as well as the W3C, as well as the DIF. We need to stay in sync across our different organizations. Any parting comments from our panelists before we move on for today? Because I feel like we've only cracked the surface of the topic today.
I'll do one plug, which is lots of folks here work within organizations that have broader AI strategies. And when I talk to AI folks in these organizations, they don't talk to identity management folks. They don't care about identity management. They're just going to kind of like YOLO, like auditing. They're like, oh yeah, we'll put it all in a language model. It'll audit it for us. That's not auditing. And so like a strong encouragement of folks to talk to your AI teams as much as you can, and then bring them into this discussion and try and form those bridges. We need more of those bridges in our calls.
Yeah, don't feel like you have to be an expert in AI to join these calls. We really want to hear from people who are identity teams who are being steamrolled by AI teams and saying, oh, you must implement it, and please don't say anything that will make this slower. Those are use cases that we need to hear about.
Right.
I'm good.
Thank you so very much. Good discussion.
You guys have anything more?
All right, we only have 2 quick work group updates left to go. And first up is Omri talking about AuthZen and the interop to come. Thank you, Tobin.
Got a mic, I think. Yeah. Well, now I feel bad. I should have had an AI slide in my. So we actually got this working group chartered 2 years ago at Cisco at this OIDF workshop. So this is almost like a kind of the first victory lap that we get to do. Sorry? Thank you. Second birthday. Yeah. So the purpose of AuthZen as chartered was to be able to standardize how you ask and answer the question, can user U execute action A on resource R? Right? That's basically the extent of what we decided to bite off in V1. And over the last 2 years, we've been able to write down a bunch of ways of doing that and actually kind of extend the scope a little bit to answer related questions. So currently, the artifacts that we have an implementers draft that came out in November of 2024. That's been the basis of a lot of the more recent interops. That was the standardized way of asking and answering the question I just talked about. We added a way to ask multiple questions in the same HTTP request. That's the evaluations endpoint. We did a number of interops over that. And finally, a way to ask and answer a related question, which is for user U, what resources can they execute action A on? Or the opposite, for resource R, which users can execute that particular action? So you can basically get a result set of all the things that a user can, for example, all the documents that a user can view, or you can ask for a particular document, which users have a particular permission on that document, which users can read it, can write it, can delete it, and so on. That is basically the extent of AuthZen 1.0, and I'm happy to say that we now have a complete spec that we're going to do a vote on in the working group as a final spec this Thursday. So we're very excited about that. Following that will be our 60-day review period, and then we'll take it in front of the OIDF membership. So we're very close to finishing this. We've done a lot of events and evangelism on AuthZen over the last couple of years. We've talked at the Gartner summits. We've talked at Authenticate. We did a couple of 3 Identiverses. We've done EICs, and we've done developer events like Developer Week, KubeCon, AppDevCon. So we've been able to get this in front of a fair number of developers out there. And I would say that the analyst community has been, fairly positive about it. We've made a hype cycle at the very, very beginning of the hype cycle, for Gartner. That's kind of nice. Gartner's been talking about it at their events. Cooper Cole insisted on sending me a quote here that they wanted to include for this workshop. So everybody seems to be excited about it. They say actually that 80% of the vendors that they have surveyed for their latest analyst report on PBAM, policy-based access management, now say to support Auth0. I don't quite believe it because I kind of know what the current state is, but at least they're saying they are. So that's kind of cool. And most interestingly, Auth0 is actually showing up in a lot of RFP requirements for large vendors that are trying to find an authorization vendor. So I think it is actually moving the needle. A few use cases that we focused on. I'm going to start from the back and then get to the front. The first one is basically just application code that asks the question, can this user execute this action on this resource? This is something that applications need to do quite a bit. The canonical use case here is, Google Docs. If I'm a user, can I actually read this particular document? The API gateway is another policy enforcement point, another natural policy enforcement point. This is where, as a request gets to a gateway, the gateway needs to be able to answer the question, can this user invoke this particular endpoint? And that is, another scenario that we focused on at Gartner in London this March. We had a very good response to that. I'll get to results in a second. And then I would say the most coarse-grained version of this is almost kind of like it's almost like the anti-pattern, but people do this all the time. They use the identity provider as an enforcement point. They want to be able to ask which claims can I enrich an access token with or an identity token with. That's a scenario that we've decided to focus on for this Gartner summit in Grapevine. So that is kind of the flow for basically the three enforcement points. Sorry, I think this kind of built already for me, but that's okay. So at any rate, we had 7 interop events, or I should say 6, the latest one being in Identiverse in June. The last one here that's coming up is Gartner, like I said. Fairly well attended. I think the Gartner folks have been very excited to help get this thing broader audience. So we're very excited about that. And we've been growing the number of implementations that are compliant. Back in December, when we did this in Grapevine last year, we had 14 interoperable implementations. These are all PDPs. And then for March 2025, we went from that many to 26 entities, including 7 API gateways. So the API gateway community was leaned in, which was very nice to see. I think we had 18 policy decision points participate between vendors and open source projects. And then in the search scenario, we had a smaller number that implemented kind of this advanced capability, which was answering the search question, which users can access this resource, or which resources can this user access. And we're building on that scenario for the IDP scenario, for the idea of talking to an IDP, getting back identity token that contains an enriched claim. We have the nice thing about building on the search scenario is we have 9 vendors that are already kind of built in because they passed the June scenario. On the identity provider side, we have some number of them that have already kind of put up their hands, but we could definitely use some help getting others, talking to you guys, Okta, and the Entra IDs and all of the folks in the crowd that have some sway with some of the larger identity providers. I think there are a few others that will show up here before long, but it would be nice to have a broader participation there. So that is, if anything, my ask for this group. And lastly, in terms of the roadmap, as I said before, we want to get to final by the end of this year. We have the interop that's coming up. And then we decided to defer some things in the interest of getting a first spec out this year, a final spec out this year. We had partial evaluation that people were pretty excited about, but there were a lot of different ways of doing it, and we ended up deferring it to post V1. And we've learned some things from the gateway interoperability that we did. We want to write a profile for how a gateway standardizes the question, what endpoint, or I should say, can this user invoke this particular endpoint? Event delivery, shared signals, Uber alles, it rules everything. We're going to get a profile of how to get data into a PDP through shared signals. That seems to be a very natural way of tying those two things together. And it's actually something that people ask about a lot. How do I get data into my fine-grained authorization system? So, an asynchronous way of doing that through shared signals is pretty obvious. And lastly, we're going to learn a lot from doing the IDP to PDP interop this December, and we want to write a profile on that. And that is it for me.
Wonderful. Omri, thank you so much. I mean, unbelievable progress in 2 years, as you say, since it was born. Great momentum. All right. Mike, you're up. You're going to have the rapid fire, like 3 slides a minute version of the brief. We have that's the pace I get. Yeah, we have about 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for staying with me. I'll be talking about the OpenID Connect working group and what we've been doing. So there's a whole bunch of things that have happened. These are the highlights. In the interest of time, I will skip to the detailed slides, which go into the highlights in more detail. So at the end of April, we had an in-person OpenID Federation interop event that was hosted by SUNET in Stockholm. That was great. We had 30 participants from 15 different countries. We had 14 implementations. We did cross-matrix interop testing. It was very successful. 8 classes of tests. We tested certification tests. We also talked about open issues and what to do for them, and we updated the spec accordingly. So we're working on finishing this. That's not news. The good news and the bad news is we keep having people show up saying, well, I have these requirements for my use case. And so we have been listening to them and addressing them. In particular, some of the Swedish government use cases had some requirements for loosening a few things. So in the end, after a lot of discussion, we did that. The RP metadata choices became an implementer's draft along the way. And then we had a technical change that Philip Skokan and others wanted, which we put in, which actually followed a lead that PAR had taken. Oh, and I expect that this will go final at the same time that Federation goes final. There's a normative dependency on Federation in this, so we'll probably run them together. The OpenID Connect native SSO for mobile apps, second implementer's draft, was finished last week. Published. Talk to George about whether you're happy with how it's using the ID token or not. There's some other discussions on other specs about how we use the ID token or not. So this is kind of a theme in the working group right now. Have those discussions, please. Nat and Edmund did update the OpenID Connect claims aggregation spec to remove content that had largely been duplicated by some of the OpenID for verifiable credentials specs. Now it's just about claims aggregation. It would be good to have some people review that, but thank you for updating that. That's no longer on the list of specs that people don't appear to be working on. The Federation Extended Subordinate Listing spec was updated. Some of the authors are in the room. In particular, this is motivated by some of the Australian use cases. Remember those pesky deployers and implementers? Well, they're at it again. They want paginated listings for large sets of things. So they have it. Dick Hart, I think, is going to be here during IW. He worked on a few of the next coming specs. There's the OpenID provider commands, which he also did with Carl McGinnis, formerly of Okta, that introduces a set of commands for the OP to directly manage an end user account at an RP using it. That's been updated several times to incorporate working group feedback. There's another one, the OpenID Connect Enterprise Extension spec. Specifies a number of common or desirable extensions that you can do with OpenID Connect, and it's also been updated per the working group feedback. Nat published the OpenID Connect ephemeral subject identifier spec, which we've been talking about for a while, but now it's an adopted specification with a 0.0 draft. It adds a third subject type, which is not pairwise, which is not omnidirectional. I forget what we called that. Public. It's not public, but is ephemeral. And both read the spec, comment on it, and talk to Nat about it if you're interested in why and how you might use it.
It's just 20 lines.
It's just 20 lines, my friend says. So that's an easy review. After a lot of working group discussion, we adopted the OpenID Connect key binding spec, which lets you add a proof of possession key to an ID token. That lets it be used in a relying party context that you need to know that it was bound to the particular situation. This is still a work in progress, as many of these things are. Have the discussions about that spec at IIW as well. Remember, we did something called OpenID Connect Core, something like 11 years ago. And we had a bunch of sessions at this thing called IIW where we made key decisions. And the OpenID Foundation has been good about using IIW to do those things to this day. You know, nothing's perfect. There's a third set of errata changes in place. One of them substantial, which is for the security vulnerability that was found in the Federation formal analysis for the audience values. That's been fixed in PAR, it's been, or not fixed in PAR. It will be fixed in PAR, it's been fixed in FAPI2, it's being fixed in some of our other specs. We're kind of waiting on the IETF to publish 7523 BIS before taking some of these things to final. There's still two specs, which I've now been calling out for a year as being inactive, and they're still inactive. The user info VC hasn't seen any love for 2.5 years. The OpenID provider V2 spec hasn't seen any love for a year and 11 months. I'm not asking to make the decision here, but come to the working group and discuss whether we should formally end of life these or not.
I might pick the PSYOP for the love of being.
You think the PSYOP here?
I might pick the if the authors are okay, I might pick the PSYOP thing. Okay. Yeah, because just for the sake, it's important. It's one of our core principles for user centricity, right?
Yeah, and that's a spec which in theory would be adopted by the DCP working group. So we should probably talk about it there too, whether they still have interest in sucking it in. So that was my Connect update. There's now a bonus update, which was not on your schedule, which is we closed the EAP working group, having finished the one spec of it that matters, which defines some ACR and AMR values for phishing-resistant authentication. You've heard of that, right? Well, after we did that, we decided our work here is done, so we're done. Is there anything you would like to tell the OpenID Connect Working Group at this time? Or you can talk to Nat, George, and many of us, John, even John, at IIW. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meg. Well, a lot happening in OpenID Connect as well. 10 years and still going, or is it 11 now? All right, you're going to talk about the merch?
Yeah. So if you are a working group co-chair, or a DCP working group co-chair, or a shared signals working group co-chair, I have a mug. You can get a nice Duckle mug or a Heroes Use Cape mug. We also have shirts available at the back. I would like to invite the co-chairs and the named spec editors to go first. And then y'all can go after them.
Then you can fight for any leftovers.
Yeah, exactly.
Became a duck from a dachshund.
What?
It's a duck. The D in Dockle is dachshund.
Is that an inside joke?
No, that's what it is.
A dachshund. Okay, I don't, yeah. We're gonna have to explain that to me.
So I think the. Not right now.
Not right now.
I love it.
Highly ironic. Okay, cool.
Nonetheless, it sounds like a duck. If it quacks like a duck.
I mean, I got this from Daniel Fett's t-shirt, which says it's pronounced Duck L. So you're going to have to fight Daniel on this one.
Well, we're piloting our merchandise, including the beautiful shoes that Elizabeth is sporting.
These
with
shoes are available for purchase.
Maximum OpenID Foundation logo action.
Your conference shoes of the future.
And there
walk
is a
the
website.
Identiverse floors in style.
And Elizabeth has created a website, not yet with MCP for payment, that one can use to purchase merchandise as well.
Thanks.
But okay, we've lost the page, but to remind you, if you have any advice, strategic advice for the foundation, we will have an offsite at the end of the week. Myself and board members will be floating around this week. Please offer us any feedback on what you think good looks like. It's a crazy time, right? This is a crazy time. Our industry is in the middle of a vortex of work that needs to get done. And we need to try and rise to meet the challenge. So if you have suggestions on what we can do ourselves, as well as with our liaison partners, please speak up. Thank you. Parting thoughts?
Great job, everyone. Stickers.
Thanks all. I do have a couple things. Board members need to convene behind the doors. The badge protected doors near the elevators as soon as possible. We're scheduled to start board meeting though about a minute ago. And everyone else is encouraged to move the networking to the front foyer, again, behind the front badge protected doors, because Nancy has to join us as host for the board meeting. So thank you all.
All right. Thank you.
I'm going to go.
Once they leave that door, yeah. All right, drinks, reminder, 6:30 at the Sporting Page in Mountain View. So those of you who want to hang around later, 6:30 Sporting Page.
Sports page. It's not going to go up on the sports page. We'll go up on the sporting page.
Sports Page.
Send people through it.
Okay, that was the pub in London down the road from me was the Sporting Page, so my bad.
Because in German it's Dach.
Right. You watch me struggle.
ああ、そうですか。なるほど。専門は、修士まで。
Maybe we should,
認証とかデジタルアイデンティティとかちょっとまあ違うところだいぶ近いところです。そうですね。そうですね。いいなるほど。